Hey, what's up, folks? How's it going? Ready for some relationship talk? I'll just do a quick summary for folks who didn't see part one of this sort of like online content relationships arc I'm embarking on. Part one was going through people's responses to a community post where I was like, hey, tell me about relationship conflicts you've had. And then I analyzed them, discussed them, and so on. I've been working on my own ideas related to relationships, so I'm trying to sort of practice applying them to people's situations, and also just kind of seeing what I can do on my YouTube channel related to this work I'm doing with relationships. Like I've been doing research, writing, note-taking and stuff, but I'm like sort of not really sure how to blend that with my YouTube channel. I don't really think making a video is the whole point of what I'm going for here. I talked about on the previous thing, my goal is to do some sort of workshop, to create some sort of workshop where I can share my ideas related to relationships, and maybe it would be helpful to people and it would be a way to engage with online audience folks in a way that's useful. And I kind of find this stuff fascinating, so I like honing my ideas and figuring out, what is like the best way to think about conflicts when they arise. What's the best way to resolve conflicts when they arise? How do we know how we're doing with these things? But since I'm a YouTuber, I thought, one piece of this puzzle I'll do is maybe look at what people are saying on YouTube. What are people saying about relationships? And so I just typed in like relationship advice, and I got a bunch of the top videos, and I figured we would just kind of watch them. I honestly assume there's going to be a ton of good advice in these because, everyone has experience with relationships, and like a lot of advice about relationships is like very intuitive and straightforward. So, I'm not here to like pick people apart excessively. I'm here to kind of see what's out there on the internet, on YouTube about relationships, so that when I put my when I kind of step into the ring, I can try to be productive and helpful and not repeating things people already say a million times and so on. And just trying to find where the gaps are. Where can I really be meaningfully contributing to the conversation here? So let's start with this first one that I found. I don't know this channel, but this video has 500,000 views, and it was like the first thing to come up when I searched relationship advice. It's specifically for men, but so that's interesting, I guess. Just to start, is this channel just all about stuff for men? Become a high-level lover to create a deeply fulfilling, secure, and lifelong partnership with your woman. Okay, so just a little advice. She's not your woman would be my sort of thing to add there, but I don't want to be too, again, I'm not here to be too brutally honest advice. Okay, so actually they're very similar topics. So a lot of these are brutally honest relationship advice for men. Okay, well, that's good. It's just so that's what this channel is about, and I'm sure there's lots of good advice. So let's see what we have to say.
Good day, gentlemen. I've been with my girl for over 5.5 years, and we've built an extremely fulfilling, deep, adventurous, and secure relationship together. But it wasn't always like that. I had to learn a lot, and I want to share with you 5 maybe unconventional lessons that no marriage counselor or therapist will ever give you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good, because I'm a therapist, so that I could sort of be an interesting insight here on how unconventional this is versus, like, is it stuff where I'll be like, whoa, I never thought of that? Or is it stuff where I'm like, yeah, no, I that's not that unconventional?
Because to be honest with you, besides my businesses, relationships are the thing that I spent the most time and effort learning about over the last, over half a decade.
Nice.
We'll get right into this. Lesson number 1. Adventure in the bedroom comes from adventure outside the bedroom.
Absolutely. Sure. That's great advice.
So many men have a dull and unexciting sex life, and they complain about it. What they don't realize is, have you ever thought that maybe watching TV with your girl at night, or you both staring at your phone while you have dinner, maybe that wouldn't lead to an adventurous sex life.
Totally. And the way I've heard people phrase this also is like foreplay starts not when you're, like starting to touch each other, but foreplay starts, let's say, that morning, the 2 days before, you know what I mean? In the sense that like you're always cultivating the type of dynamic and desire and erotic, relationship or whatever types of all these different aspects of it. You're always cultivating that it involves sex, it involves, just conversation. I guess I'm sort of being unclear. What I'm trying to say is like, so many different qualities need to be nurtured in your relationship that apply both to sex and not having sex. So like if you're like not respectful to your partner, it's like, okay, well, they're not going to want to have sex. Like, and if you're, not cultivating like a sort of interesting, doing interesting things together, the sort of spark is not there as much. So it's not just going to spark up, when you're starting to touch each other. It's got to be cultivated in a variety of ways.
Where both of you are excited to have this wild lovemaking together. If you've never thought of that, well, then you think about it now, because that is exactly the case. And most men, they don't make their woman their lover, but their chore buddy. Oh, we do the household together and we do this and we do this. Like, it's literally just, we do chores.
Yeah, I'd say you want to remember that you're, it could be different case by case, but like your lovers, sometimes your roommates, your sometimes parents together. And these are different roles you share. You might be coworkers, who knows? Like people, can have all different types of roles, and that can be very confusing, but you want to make sure you're not neglecting one of the roles. And if you are feeling a lot of conflict in your relationship, you could ask yourself, like, which role is this coming from? Not being sort of, not role in the sense that it's something you're performing, but even like a particular realm of your dynamic with your partner, like which area of our dynamic is lacking. Maybe we're really good roommates, but the lovers stuff hasn't been there.
Me and my girl, we go on hikes together. We do mountain biking. We go climbing together. We do cliff jumping together. We go skiing together. Do ski tours in the mountains, right?
And look, I mean, you might be dating someone who doesn't, you might not be the type of person to do all that stuff, but you could come up with different analogies. The point is you got to be doing stuff. It's got to be interesting, and you don't want to get too comfortable where you're just complacent in the relationship and not shouldn't be this pressure to always do new things, but it's like you want to make sure you're using the relationship to be fulfilled in general and not just relying on the relationship to be all of your fulfillment. It's sort of a big piece of it and a stepping stone to fulfillment, but it's not like the entirety of it. You got to do stuff.
All that kind of stuff. We do acro yoga together. We do,
nice.
We go to the lake and go swimming. And even just a random walk on a random rainy Tuesday afternoon is better than sitting at home and staring at a screen together. That's no excitement.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. Unless you're watching Better Call Saul or something. Yeah, you definitely want to, I mean, it's not a super... If you are watching stuff together, you want to, not have it just be passive. You just don't want to be passive. You have to be kind of growing together, or else you're sort of doing the opposite.
At all, and unfortunately, so many couples now do that. Now, it is a bit difficult often to get your girl motivated to do that, but at the end of the day, you have to...
It's difficult to get your girl motivated to do that? Okay. That's not the framing that I would think is, like, generally useful.
Learn how to do it. Because, let's be honest, do you really want to just watch TV? Are you really that tired and that boring and that dull that you just want to watch TV with her, or just want to stare at your phone, or just want to watch a movie? Because I want to have an adventurous life, even outside the bedroom with my girl. I want to have that exciting, adventurous relationship.
For sure. Yes, for sure.
Relationship with her. And I know you do too. And on top of that, did you ever have the thought that if your woman can't really trust...
It is like... You do have to ask, like, why are we ruling out gay people here? I mean, I'm not sure if there's a reason for that. I don't know. I mean, I understand it's totally valid to be like, I specialize in giving advice to heterosexual men who are adventurous, who are dating women who are not as adventurous and need to be motivated. Or it's like very like fair to be like, I specialize in giving relationship advice to heterosexual men. But for myself, I'm definitely not trying to do something that specific. I'm trying to give more broad perspectives on relationships. I'm also not just talking about romantic. To me, there's a ton of overlap between romantic, friendship, and family relationships in terms of taking other people's needs into account and so on, all different types of things. Can we just take a quick break and see, like, where does this transform your relationship towards peace and fulfillment in 16 weeks? It's just, okay, that's all that's in the description. Okay. So you go here and testimonials, only 15 spots available. What I found strange was, so the link is benny-re.com application. But if you take off the rest of it and you just go to benny-re.com, so I'm just going to take off the application part. If you just go to benny-re.com, okay, it brings you to myworkspace d6719.myclickfunnels.com. So it's just like weird. I don't know why he doesn't just have a website. And I'm not really interested in necessarily doing one-on-one like consultations about relationship advice. I think for me it's too confusing being a therapist. I might as well just take on more clients if I want to be doing one-on-one stuff with people. I've given it a lot of thought. So
You sexually, right? She doesn't maybe open to you sexually. Maybe she's too tired or something like that, right? And she, I don't, not really in the mood today. She doesn't trust you sexually. She doesn't trust your sexual lead once you make a move, right?
Okay, whoa, hold up. Wait, what? People could just be tired, or I thought we were talking about like the chemistry not being there from like not having adventurous stuff going on. Where does this idea come from that she doesn't trust you?
Did you ever think that maybe came from because the only way that you lead her in your day-to-day life is leading her through the aisles in a supermarket or through traffic? You don't lead her up a mountain. You don't lead her when she's maybe on the edge of a cliff and she wants to jump off that cliff in the water, right? And she's
Okay, I don't know. I thought the point was more strongly made when it was just about having adventure in your relationship, but now we're getting the sense that you need to be leading your woman.
a bit afraid, and you can help her get over that fear.
Don't get me wrong. Some women want that. Some heterosexual women want that. Some gay women want that, probably. I mean, some straight men want to be leaders. Some gay men want to be... Like, I'm sure, there's all kinds of different dynamics. And that is something I've looked at a lot. Like, to what degree is it just, like, better to not have hierarchy in relationships versus it being a preference? And it does seem like a lot of experts agree that equal power balance is very important. That doesn't mean you don't lead each other, but I would think if it's a fixed asymmetry, it will just tend to reproduce traditional gender roles that will feel like a little bit of a burden or chains for a lot of people, rather than letting it be fluid. You lead, they lead, and so on.
Spend time with her where you both are intensely present, and nature is the best hack for that. I'll be very honest with you. And if you need to drive 2 hours to get to some mountain, I'm very privileged. I have the mountains right here.
Okay, so the leading thing wasn't necessary, right? It was sort of this weird sidestep.
But if you have to drive 2 hours to get to some mountain or some lake or whatever it might be, then do it. That's the least effort you can put into your relationship, and that will pay off. The ROI, return on investment on that 2-hour drive, will be fucking massive for you if you do it regularly and if you do it well. Nature is a hack because nature makes us, like, there's no way that you can't be fully present on the top of a mountain.
Watch me. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's great advice. This is all speaking to the question of, like, how do you deal with, like, a lack of desire or lack of spark maybe in a relationship? So that's certainly a common problem, and certainly, like, doing more stuff together is great advice, I think.
When you've hiked for an hour, 1.5 hours, 3 hours up a mountain, and you stand on top of that mountain, you notice how small you really are. There's no way that you're not present. There's no way that you're still thinking about your work tasks or some random meaningless thing that you still have to do, some chore. and the same thing is true for her. And that's where you really connect deeply.
For sure. And a great point there too to highlight is like, regardless of if you're on a mountain or not, like being present with each other is so important to a relationship, and just being fully there and not being distracted too much and so on.
If you're the kind of man who still has to play games of, I saw her text, but I won't text back because, in 3 hours she might then be more attracted to me if I only text back in 3 hours because it makes me look busy. And I get that. You might be anxious. I was very anxiously attached to my girl in the past. Not anymore. Worked through that. But you need to become a man who actually has something going for himself in his life. You need to have some priority where you're like, I can't check my phone first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I think, yeah, for sure. Building out your life so you have more stuff going on and you feel it's less easy to just fall into those sort of like boring, complacent habits and so on.
Because for me, if I check my phone first thing in the morning, my focus is immediately gone, and I'm not as good at filming these videos anymore because my focus is somewhere different now. But if I only concentrate on this video right now and I don't check my phone before,
yeah.
And
I'm sending a text, okay? I feel like he's calling me out. I'm just sending a text. I have other stuff going on in my life, okay?
Here. And my girl knows that, and she knows that I won't text her back, maybe for the whole day.
Oh, obviously the point about not playing games is very useful. It's totally ridiculous, once you get into your mid-20s, like really you should not be doing that in your early 20s, but it's like, yeah, you don't play games. It's not helpful to yourself.
Yesterday, I literally didn't text her from like 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. because I was doing stuff the whole day, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But if you still play these games of not texting back or of this push-pull, that kind of stuff, if you do this in your relationship, well, then you're fucking immature, man. And a good woman will not be attracted to that. The red pill man chill.
Yeah, and I wouldn't do the whole good woman thing. I would just be like, someone with self-esteem and a strong self-image will find it to be a weakness in your communication rather than worrying that it's a reflection of themselves and somehow giving you power by playing that stupid hard to get game or something that some red pill guys might be wanting and so on. What's he saying about red pill?
And a good woman will not be attracted to that. The red pill man children, the pickup artists, right? They use these techniques on anxious women who want that validation, right? And who they make those women go through heaven and hell 3 times a day because so many emotions, and then these emotions connect them with the man. Well, you're already connected with your woman. You don't need to do that stuff anymore. And also, you shouldn't try to make your woman anxious. If she is a more anxious person, man, then you're literally torturing her by doing that.
Yeah, or in general, yeah. I mean, you should never try to make someone feel bad for your own benefit or something.
Yes, she thinks about you all day, but do you really want her to think about you all day? Because I've been, like I said, extremely anxious in the past, and it definitely destroyed my workflow. It destroyed my focus. It destroyed my sleep. I couldn't fall asleep at night sometimes.
For sure. And I think people like this guy are very useful giving this advice to people. I guess when I do say more about things with relationships, I'll probably be like not really targeting it exactly at like pulling people away from red pill stuff, because to me that's just like very far away. But that's really useful. I mean, I guess I just would be, like I'm not interested in speaking specifically to men anyways. So to me, it's just about people in general. But this stuff is useful. I just wouldn't, it's like for a very particular audience, it feels like.
Give her security, give her safety. That's what she really wants. And by the way, that's where she can open to you fully, emotionally, physically, sexually, mentally, spiritually. She can fully open to you, and that's what you want.
For sure. Create a safe environment, for sure.
Be honest with you. Let's be honest with me here. Sorry, I'm German, by the way. Sometimes my English isn't perfect.
Das ist gut, das ist gut. Sie haben wunderbar English.
I get into this flow state here, but you get the point. Be honest with me here. The most incredible sight that you can see in your woman is her opening to you fully.
Okay, just like this might be an English thing, but I would just not use the your woman thing if because you're pulling people away from red pill. That's dope. You don't have to. You could just be like you could be like your partner. For some reason, your partner doesn't have the same connotation as your woman. It's just semantics, so it's not a big deal. But just a note if you're thinking about changing how you say that.
Sexually, emotionally, whatever it might be. That's incredibly beautiful. It's gorgeous. That's what you want, but she can't do that if you don't make her feel safe. Especially if she is someone who got hurt in the past, maybe not by partners, but by her parents, by friends, whatever it might be, right? A person who is more anxious, and anxious attachment style runs more in women than it does in men.
Is that right? Okay, I'll look that up. I've been wanting to read more about attachment styles. Let's just assume that's right. I mean, it's probably because women have been financially dependent on men in a lot of societies for a very long time. So there justifiably is more fear and anxiety and uncertainty around a relationship terminating, being rejected, would be my guess. But yeah.
So be careful with this stuff. Don't play games. Who wants a man-child as a boyfriend or as a husband? Nobody does. And this gets me right to point number 3. There's this saying of, if you like a flower, you pluck it. But if you love a flower, you water it daily. Now, before I tell you how to do that in your relationship, because that applies very much if you have a more feminine partner. And feminine, I don't mean female or male role models. When I say feminine, masculine, I mean feminine and masculine sexual energy, right? At the end of the day, man, okay. The cow just sneezed. That was funny as fuck.
Yeah, I heard that.
Bless you.
Gesundheit.
At the end of the day, I need to ask you this before telling you how to actually water your relationship and water your woman, right? In that sense.
Instead
the thing
of
is,
plucking her.
Do you want a woman who is radiant, like a beautiful flower?
Yes.
Or do you want a woman who's dull and looks older than she actually is and looks...
Okay, dude. Okay, buddy. What? Okay.
kind of ill,
If those are my two options.
like a rotten fruit?
But also that radiant flower woman can get ill, just to be clear, obviously.
I know what I want, and I know what you want as well. The thing is,
I actually like when people are a little dull. They could be a little dull, but with an edge too at the same time.
let me ask you this. Do you water her daily? You get that metaphor, right?
Oh yeah.
Do you actually compliment her daily? Do you make her feel loved daily? When was the last time you made her feel deeply loved? If that wasn't today or yesterday, you're fucking up. If that wasn't literally you're spending time with her 2 hours ago, if you didn't make her feel loved right there, you fucked up. You fucked up right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a super good point. Just especially like the way I would kind of reframe it is like, and kind of going back to his first point is like the relationship's always happening. You know, you're not allowed to like you can mess up a little here or there for sure, of course, but like you can't mess up that much. You can't be like a huge jerk. You know, that stuff doesn't just melt away when you act up too much. So yeah, everything you do, you don't have to always be perfect. You don't have to, and if she doesn't feel loved or your partner doesn't feel loved at a given time, it doesn't inherently mean you're doing something wrong. There is a giving and a receiving where both people can practice how they kind of give and receive love, but
It's that simple, man. And you underestimate, every guy underestimates how much influence they actually have over how radiant their woman is, over how open she is. She kind of just looks different. You know this. When she's happy, she looks completely different than when she's sad and frowning. She looks like a different person. She looks 20 years younger when she's happy.
okay.
You know this stuff. And you have...
She looks 20 years younger when she's happy. Like, how old are the women that he's talking about? Are they like 25, 30, 35? And so if they look 20 years, okay, I'm being a
have
stickler.
more influence over that than you would like to admit. Why would she be radiant? Why would she be open if you treat her like your chore buddy every single day? Why would she be that? Why would she do that? She can't. And by the way, If you water her daily, you compliment her deeply from your heart, you compliment her, you praise her, you make her feel loved. This is where the 5 love languages come in. I usually don't talk about that because most people already know about this stuff, but this is where this comes in, right? I want to share lessons on this channel that people don't know yet. So this is why I don't talk about love languages, because everyone's heard of that. If you haven't, Google it, 5 love languages, you'll find that out, right? You need to figure out which are her love languages and you need to cater to those. At the end of the day, man.
Yeah, and I don't personally stress out too much about the love languages. I would see them all as like, to me, the value of the love languages is to understand the varieties of ways people give and receive love, not about figuring out what your or your partner's specific preferred love language is. That's just not how I think about things. I think things become weird and transactional. I also don't really buy the fact that like someone's love language is specific to one or the other. I definitely think there are tendencies, and you can tend to not be good at receiving love in a particular way, like verbally, or not be good at giving love in a particular way, or vice versa, be really good at giving or receiving a particular type of love. So, you know, as long as people are not too set on it as like a fixed thing or something, you know, but people sort of treat it like astrology or something where it's like, this is my thing, you know, this is my one, this is my sign, this is my type. And I think it's more complicated. I don't use dating apps currently for quite a while. I haven't, but I remember when I was on a dating app and people put their love languages on it a fair bit. And one person said that her love language was receiving gifts. I'll never forget that. I was like, you know, love languages, it's supposed to be like giving and receiving.
You need to really learn how to make her feel deeply loved, because then she will become that radiant, gorgeous flower that just radiates energy, radiates life force, and attracts you and makes you feel
I think there's a lot of good advice here. I mean,
makes you feel a bit tingly, right? That's what you want. And that's what you want for her as well, because you see her being so happy and so almost childlike, just happy, just radiant. That's what you want for her. Let's be honest here. And the thing is, man, even if you water a flower...
I guess the challenge here is like, what if your partner's not radiant and happy and it's not your fault and you are doing everything you can? How do you manage those types of situations? How do you manage conflicts that come from those types of situations? I would be sort of interested in.
Where every single day, she might not bloom every single day. And that's the same for your girl. She might not bloom every single day, even though you compliment her and you water her every single day and you make her feel loved every single day. But then taking that water and the sunshine away will only make the situation worse. If that flower doesn't bloom, you have to continue giving her sunlight, continue giving her water until she blooms again. And that's the same thing with your woman. Sometimes you need to just...
And keep in mind, you can overwater a flower. You know what I mean? You can overwater a flower. You can overwater a partner. You know, you don't want to... I certainly hate if someone was constantly giving me compliments. If somehow they felt really genuine, great. But I mean, it usually stops feeling super genuine at a certain frequency and severity of complimenting.
Have a bit of patience, have a bit of perseverance, and just push through that phase where she's maybe not as happy for a few hours, few days, maybe even few weeks.
For sure. Distress tolerance is very important, you know, not personalizing, not ruminating.
Other people can buy her more stuff. What other people can't do is what you can authentically do. You have authentic gifts that you can give to her. Use those. Use those unfair advantages that you have over other men. Use those for your relationship. There's this example that I find very interesting of the very young and very successful entrepreneur, Iman Gadzhi. He's worth around 100 million at 24. So incredibly successful in that area of his life, right? He's very well known on YouTube as well. And he always buys his mother handbags, right? Or some material gifts. And every time he shows that on YouTube, you can just see his mother, like she appreciates it. She's grateful for it. But what she actually just wants with him is time. She just wants more time with her son. And the same thing is true for most women in relationships. They don't want material things. Sure, there are women who feel very loved by getting gifts, right? But even then, a material
That
gift
was
that
cool
you just
that he used an example of someone's mom. It shows that, a lot of what he's saying isn't just about romantic relationships, certainly not just about heterosexual romantic relationships. And I can see how, certainly a mother would feel that way. And that's really cool advice, to think about what you're bringing in a unique way to a relationship, to feel proud of that, and to not feel like you have to perform in these sort of like exchange value ways where like you're just kind of giving some abstract thing that anyone could give and so on.
buying her some random dinner or some random thing. Well, dinner is actually a different thing because you're present with her there. You do spend time with her there. But buying her some, I don't know, car or some
It's just, there's really quiet music in the background. That's why I've paused it a couple times, because it's been confusing.
random bag.
It's a very good low volume. I like that.
Use those things that you have been given or that you have learned. Use those to your advantage and find the connection point between her needs and your unfair advantages, because I guarantee you there are a lot of these cutting points, or these
For sure.
points where these two align, right?
For sure.
Find those points and leverage them.
And if they don't align, then it's not meant to be to a certain point, but yeah.
I mean that, leverage them. Like, I'm using entrepreneurial terms here, but you get the point. Leverage that.
It is interesting, but again, that probably helps with the specific audience he's using.
Point number
Young heterosexual men and so on. I'm heterosexual, for what it's worth. Not everyone watching this might know that I've said that before, but I will admit I'm heterosexual. So when I say, this is quite specific to heterosexual young men, I'm not saying that like that's a bad thing or anything like that, or that, but I do think it's like, well, it kind of helps you reach people, but it also makes it so you don't reach other people. So
is keep the most important point till the end of these videos, because I only want people who actually truly want to make a change.
That's me.
I only want those to get the most important lessons. So point number 5 is, luck doesn't exist. Everything is cause and effect.
Okay, I'm curious where he's going to go with this, but everything being cause and effect to me does not mean luck doesn't exist. Like, when I think of luck, I think of good things happening that I had no control over, and that were caused by things outside of my control. Like, some people say there's even luck in chess, in the sense that if your opponent makes a bad move, that's luck. You know what I mean? But it depends on how you think about things.
Men who have a great relationship, where they make their woman feel
And like when you roll a dice and you get a thing that's lucky, like that's still cause and effect.
deeply loved, and where their woman deeply respects them and trusts their direction, trusts their lead, and they have amazing sex, and they have adventures, and they have a fun relationship that is very secure, and they both are able to work through challenges together.
Oh.
That's not an accident.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's different. I was being too nitpicky, I guess. Yeah, he's saying like having a healthy relationship is not a function of luck. I think there's some luck, There's some luck. You start dating someone, and then you do need a little luck. You need certain things to kind of, turns out we're compatible in this way. I could never have known, but it is important, Like, you don't know things before you move in with someone, and there's a little bit of luck there in what you find. But no, I obviously agree with this point that the majority of having a healthy relationship is totally not luck. There's so much work you put into it, and then you will leave a relationship if it's not working for you. So the fact that you're in a relationship that is working for you is not luck. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sure, it's a good point. I don't know that it's a worthwhile point. I don't know that people think that this is luck. But he's just trying to emphasize, hey, you got to put the effort in and so on. So
They didn't get lucky. These men are just better partners than you are. It's that simple. Sorry to break it to you again.
okay, I actually wouldn't put it that way. Now that he says it that way, I actually do think there's a fair amount of luck. If you're looking at other people and being like, oh, like they were lucky to meet that person. But anyways, yeah, I definitely wouldn't say, oh, they're better partners than I am because I'm watching your YouTube video, or, But it's tough love. He's just trying to give us some tough love here.
Sometimes, not often, but sometimes men leave comments on my videos saying something like, but women also need to do their part. No shit, Sherlock. Of course your woman also needs to do her part. But I'm not talking to your woman right now. I'm talking to you. And funnily enough,
okay, but it is sometimes useful to talk about it from both sides. But I get his point. and people should be more so focused on what's within their control. But it is useful when you're talking about relationships, because then you can talk to your male audience and be like, and if she's not, making the relationship exciting on her end, how do you want to address that? How do you want to speak up about it? Or if she's not, like being loving to you, if she's not, watering your flower, you know what I mean? How do you want to communicate about that while maintaining the relationship?
The thing is this, man, you feel all accomplished right now because you watched a 20-minute video of a guy telling you a bunch of interesting lessons. You feel all accomplished right now.
Not really.
You feel great.
Well, I
Let me tell you
feel okay.
this though. You haven't changed anything yet.
That's true.
Your relationship isn't better yet. You feel accomplished, but your situation hasn't changed, and you know it. And on top of that, in many situations, you might not know what to do in your relationship. And you might even know what to do, but you might not have the courage and the confidence to then actually do it.
I wish there was some guy I could just talk to one-on-one who would help me transform my relationship towards peace and fulfillment in 16 weeks.
If that's you, but you want to take your relationship to a higher level, you want to really take this relationship deeper,
What can I do?
then please stop sitting around and apply for a discovery call with me,
Okay. Okay.
because you know that I can help you.
Okay.
Otherwise, you wouldn't still be watching this video.
Well,
in this
I'm
call,
doing research for a thing, but yeah.
we can discuss your relationship and we can discuss what's
So this is helpful for me because, again, I'm trying to think of how I want to put myself out there, how I want to market myself. And I am only going to do that in a way I'm comfortable with. And I think, it's easy having a day job as a therapist. I know what that is, and I know that I don't necessarily want to do pseudo therapy with people online. So when I do a relationship workshop, I'm thinking like maybe I open it to like 10 people or something. We do like a 4-week thing because I do think it has to be recurring. But yeah, I like the idea of like 10 or so people coming, maybe like 4 2-hour workshops. First hour, I'm just like lecturing about my thoughts and theories. And then second hour, maybe going over practical examples or doing responding to people's questions and comments and so on. That's just where I'm at right now thinking about this. And I will probably make a video and advertise it. I don't know what I'm going to do with this that I'm doing right now, honestly. But, all in all, definitely some helpful advice in there. And I think, I think that's cool. A lot of the advice was useful and would help a lot of young men to get on the right track. I definitely think that's clear. Okay, so cool. Very fun stuff. And that was good. Well done. All right, here we go. Round 2. Entering the ring is the one and only Jay Shetty. And here we have a compilation he posted of 6 different love experts talking about dating and relationship advice. So I think this will be very useful. A little bit more of a professional operation than our previous contestant. He's got awards, what looks like a sort of like knockoff Basquiat print or something. I don't know. Oh, it must be Basquiat because he's got a Basquiat book too. He's a Basquiat fan? Okay. Not what I would have expected. Jay Shetty is a Basquiat fan? Okay. Not the artist I would think he would like. Just like a really not... Jay Shetty seems a bit more like polished, but... Wow, I'm really surprised by that. I think Basquiat was a big step forward for art in a lot of ways and did really important work. I do think he was extremely overhyped, and it's tragic how he was treated by the art industry. Also, just from what I've read, though, I think he was like kind of had a huge ego and not the easiest guy to get along with. And frankly, I didn't enjoy, like, the stuff I read about him. I was like, I wouldn't have wanted to know him or be friends with him. But, he was deep in addiction, so it's hard to know, based on what I was reading, who he is deep down and so on. But wow, Jay Shetty is a Basquiat fan, like enough to have a print and, I mean, I hope it's a print. Who knows? He's rich enough. That could be an original work on paper. Okay, never mind. Let's just watch. Okay, enough about Basquiat.
These are the 9 things you need to know about love.
The #1 health and wellness podcast.
Jay Shetty.
Jay Shetty.
Thanks so much for tuning back into On Purpose. I appreciate it so much. Today we're diving into one of the most important topics in all of our lives, love. And love.
I'll just start by saying I don't know that I've ever heard Jay Shetty talk, actually, now that I think about it. I think I must have seen an interview somewhere, but I don't think I knew he had like a British accent. So
Number 1, how do we know if someone is wasting our time? Whether it's a relationship that feels stagnant or a connection that just doesn't seem to be going anywhere, we need to recognize the signs. To break it down for us, we have Stefan Speaks, relationship coach, speaker, and best-selling author. He's helped millions navigate love with honesty and We have Stefan Speaks, relationship coach, speaker, and best-selling author. He's helped millions navigate love with honesty and self-awareness. Let's hear what he has to say.
So to me, again, I think it always starts with self. And you have to be honest with yourself about, why are you still here? Why are you holding on? What's really driving you? Because, just use an example, let's say you're a woman and the only reason why you're holding on to this guy is because he's a nice guy. You don't feel like starting the process over with somebody else. So even though you're not feeling it with him, you figure, let me try to make it work. You're wasting your time. This is where you're setting yourself up for disaster every single time.
Oh, that's interesting because, yeah, Jay Shetty's presented it as, are you wasting your time? I thought that was going to be in reference to, like, are you dating someone who's not committed or so on. But this guy, Stefan Speaks, is presenting also, like, you're wasting your time if you are not really serious yourself about a relationship. And that's obviously very good advice to assess kind of your reasons for being in a relationship. Try to determine if they're solid reasons, you know, because the idea that you don't want to start over, probably not a solid reason if you're encountering significant difficulties in the relationship or not feeling fulfilled and so on.
So if it's not born out of a true connection, love, a genuine desire, you really like this individual, of course, there's always things we have to work through. But is the foundation strong enough for us to say, okay, we can make something special here? And I think once we are honest with ourselves, that kind of helps answer the question, because sometimes we get so caught up trying to analyze the other individual that it's like we get in our heads and now we're missing the mark on what's really important here.
Sure.
And
asking yourself, what do I want? You know, you could be like, do they want me? Do they like me? And you got to make sure you're asked, how do I feel? What do I want?
we can't always say for sure what's going on with them. I will say that in general, if this person isn't willing to talk about things, they're wasting your time.
Totally.
If they're not willing to address or correct things that have been talked about, they're wasting your time. If you guys aren't on the same page about what you want and where you want to go in life, wasting time. So there are some things I think we can just look at and say, listen, this is pointless here. But a lot of times, and I have to say this, especially for women, women's intuition is extremely powerful. I'm a huge believer in it.
Okay, I don't know. Like, what? And men are different in that regard? Okay, well, it's just a little bit interesting to me when people make these sorts of things. But he's saying it in a positive way, a strengths-oriented
And
way.
I feel like women know very early, this isn't it. But they rationalize reasons to convince themselves to give this man a chance. And this, again, is a waste of time because it just doesn't work. I've seen people turn what should have been maybe a couple weeks of dating into years of being married.
Yeah, for sure. But also sometimes, like, it's hard to tell what's an intuition versus, like, what's a worry and an anxiety. So it can be really hard for anyone to notice that. But I'd be curious how he's contrasting that with men and our own problems and when we get into a relationship. Is it different or is it similar?
To someone they were not happy with. All because they did not listen to themselves from the beginning. They knew what it was, but...
So it's 9 lessons by 6 love experts. So Jay Shetty sneaking in a little 69 joke in there. I see you, Jay Shetty.
Let's go even deeper. Number 2, how do we know if what we're feeling is true connection or just chemistry?
Okay. I didn't realize that that was a dichotomy, but okay.
Explains the difference.
Are you even being yourself, or can you be yourself with this individual? If you're presenting your representative, then this is not a real connection. This is them falling for that person that you're presenting, but that's not real. So to me, you should be already being yourself, but with that person you have a connection with, it's a more natural flow. We don't have to force it. We just feel so much more comfortable around them.
Sure.
I think in addition to that is when you find yourself all caught up in the moment and caught up in that chemistry, again, you have to ask yourself, what am I really attaching myself to? What do I really like about this individual?
Okay, so when they say chemistry, it sounds like they're talking about infatuation, which is fine. I just didn't. Usually, sometimes people mean chemistry in a more general way, where it means connection and so on. But
What I find is that when it's really about chemistry, we're still on the surface. You don't really know about them yet. You just know you guys had a good time. Maybe you had fun at this event. You guys were able to talk about a lot of different things, which is great, which is going to also be important if there is a connection. However, do you even know what kind of relationship they want? Do you know what kind of life they want to live? You know, are you guys really on the same page? I think connection
This is a super worthwhile point. Yeah, there's different depths of connection and chemistry. I'm just agreeing with him because he has a better beard than I do. So really, I mean, whatever he says, it's true.
may feel like you're feeling it. You have to do your due diligence to dig deeper to find out, okay, is this just I got caught up on the surface, or there is something real here?
Yeah.
And I think once we ask enough questions, because I think that's the other big problem. We have this experience where we feel this chemistry, we're so excited, and now we're afraid to ask questions because we don't want to blow up the fantasy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
We're just like, no, I want to keep believing this is great, so let me not ask anything. Let me not run this person away.
Yeah, I think of that as an aspect of denial, and that's something I started sort of exploring in my. So I have a few different categories that I'm breaking things down into, and I think those will coordinate to the different workshops. So if I have a 4-week workshop, one of them will be about communication, probably, and part of communication is denial versus awareness, I think. And maybe I'll separate that out, but I think that's how I think about it. And then a form of denial, you could be in denial about things about yourself, or you could be in denial about things about the other person. So you can definitely have that. And then like confirmation bias, where you don't ask about things, or you don't want to not confirm something you already think, and you might be worried about it. So it's a great point that he's making, and it's true. That's a real important thing to be aware of. Not hiding from the truth. You need to learn about the other person to have a deep connection.
Hey, let me not rock the boat. But that's going to be what tells us if this is real or not.
I think for so many people, you set unrealistic expectations in who you are.
Yes.
And that's hard to come back from.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important for us to know who we are, so that we can present the real from the jump.
Definitely.
You know, because again, a lot of times people...
We have to know who we are, and we have to have a sense of how we're communicating in regards to what expectations we're giving the other person about who we are, and make sure we're communicating accurately and that they're getting the message about who we are.
Now, let's shift gears. Number 3, maybe you're single and wondering, am I behind? If you've ever felt that way, this next guest is for you. Lori Gottlieb is a psychotherapist, author of Maybe You Should Talk to Someone, and a relationship expert who's here to remind us why being single at 28 or any age is not a bad thing.
You are exactly where you need to be if you are doing the work. If you're not doing the work, you're going to be behind. And what I mean by doing the work is, if you are not in a place where you want to be with a relationship, you have to understand why. So are you examining what has not worked yet? Why, if I am single and I don't want to be single, what can I be doing differently? And so I think that's the important work. So you're not behind at all. In fact, you're probably ahead of people who are in relationships who have not done the work and maybe aren't in the right relationship, or are in a relationship that's not going to last or isn't going well.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's like, you know, someone being worried that they're behind. I don't know if this is exactly what she's saying, but it's sort of like don't worry about that. Like just regardless, because okay, let's say you're behind. So will you react differently than if you're not behind? I don't like, what's the import of that question? And I think she's responding well. She's not saying what I'm saying right now, but I think she's responding about what is important, which is just working on yourself, making sure you're capable of having a healthy relationship and understand, working on the self-awareness, working on communication, how you are in your friendships, how are you with your family relationships, working on yourself in these other ways, obviously, finding a place for yourself in the world and so on. But if you're like, oh, I'm worried I'm behind, like, okay, like, let's say you're behind. What does that change? I don't, you're behind. Okay, you're behind. So what? You're going to give up? I mean, I don't know what that means. Yeah. But are you going to speed up? I don't,
Why is it that?
So that's more of like a worry someone would talk about, and then you try to get to a more constructive place.
I think it's so much easier when we talk to our friends. And, I've talked about the difference between idiot compassion and wise compassion before. Idiot compassion is you say to your friend, look what happened on this date, or look what happened with this person. And they say, yeah, you're right, they're wrong. And we never learn or grow from that. Right? Because yes, there might be something that the other person did, but also what was your role in that interaction? A relationship is all about relating. So what was your role in the dance that you're doing with this person? And what you get in therapy is you get wise compassion, where we hold up a mirror to you and we help you to see something about, what your role is. Maybe something you haven't been willing or able to see, but that's so important so you don't
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a great point. Like, it is interesting as a therapist. I think about that a lot, like how people get pseudotherapy from friends, and it can be super useful, and it can also be like insufficient for sure. Friends and family, where it's like either people agree and totally validate everything, that doesn't necessarily help in some cases, versus invalidate things certainly doesn't help in some cases, and so on. I just looked it up. No one said anything online about why Jay Shetty likes Basquiat, but it's just interesting.
These situations where you're in this pattern, and then you wonder, why do I keep ending up with a person who doesn't listen to me, or a person where I don't feel seen, or where I can't be myself, or where we have a lot of volatility, or where this person's really avoidant? Why am I always with people who avoid, or what makes me avoid?
Yeah, and for sure. Again, same as like, same as the other guy was saying, like looking at your own role in things is very empowering. And only thinking about the other person's behavior is disempowering.
So that's the work that's really important. So you're not behind if you're single at 28. It's part of the process. If you're doing the work, you're much closer than you've ever been to finding the person that you want to be with.
I love that perspective. It's not about timelines. It's about doing the work. But why do we resist the work? Number 4, why is self-awareness so hard? Laurie's got some powerful insights on how understanding our patterns can help us build better relationships.
We have this saying, we marry our unfinished business. We date our unfinished business too. So if you, let's say earlier in your life, you were around someone who, was neglectful, somebody who drank too much, somebody who lost their temper, somebody who wasn't honest, somebody who wasn't reliable. We think when we're dating as adults, like, I want the opposite of that. I want someone where I feel safe, secure, there's trust. But what happens is, unconsciously, again, if we haven't done the work, our unfinished business, we actually, our unconscious is, oh, you look familiar. Come closer. So on the surface, they don't look like that person. But then when you get to know.
Okay. So she's saying we date our unfinished business, but we don't have to date our unfinished business. So like, we tend to, if we haven't resolved our own issues in regards to attachment, we might end up repeating familiar attachment dynamics and so on. And so yeah, it's definitely good for people to do the work in terms of understanding themselves better and improving their maturity and self-actualization.
Know them, you're a month in, you're 3 months in, you're 6 months in, you think, wow, that person reminds me of someone. This person feels so familiar. And that's why I was drawn to this person. It turns out this person is very much like what I grew up with, is very much like the person who hurt me growing up. So if you do the work, you're able to see, oh, that person, I see why I'm drawn to them, but I'm not drawn to them in a healthy way. And then if you do even more work, you're not even drawn to those people anymore. Now you're drawn to healthy people, stable people, flexible people, emotionally
Yeah, it was like the other guy was saying about how, like, you know, mature partners will not be turned on by you playing games with them and so on. It's like people who have done their own work are much less likely to fall into unhealthy dynamics of communication and dependence and so on.
generous people, people whose values align with yours. That's who you're drawn to. So you have to do the work.
Is there a healthy way of future tripping with the person? Is there a collective, collaborative future tripping? Like what does that look like?
I think the future tripping is being in the present. And what I mean is what's happening now is what it's going to look like in the future. So instead of imagining, oh, this person will change in this way, or this we're going to have this kind of life, but you don't know if the other person wants that kind of life. If you're not talking about it now in the present, you don't know. How does this person treat me now? What is it like when we're together? The biggest indicator would be we had a disagreement. How did we get through it?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what your future is going to look like.
For sure.
We didn't agree on this. We were frustrated with each other. We had a difference of opinion. How did we repair that rupture? We talk a lot about rupture and repair. Everybody's going to have ruptures. You have it with your family members, with your friends, with your coworkers, with your parents, with your children, especially with your romantic partners, because we have this misguided notion that we shouldn't have a rupture with them because we're so in love and we see each other. And
definitely. But I would also say part of the reason we have more rupture, well, we probably don't. We probably don't have more rupture, honestly. I mean, it probably just has to do with, like, that's a bigger part of a lot of adults' lives than maybe their family of origin relationships, but not necessarily. I mean, I think the rupture comes from the like pure equality of a romantic relationship. The fact that more than any relationship except maybe friendships, which I think can also have a ton of rupture, but maybe not some of the added expectations that romantic relationships can have, like, romantic relationships are so meant to be equal. Healthy ones are. They're meant to be power balanced, not any sort of imbalance, which can make rupture, I think, happen in the sense that both people are like, hey, my needs are equally important. It's not like maybe if it's like your parents, you're like, all right, I'll kind of like, put my needs aside for a second, help them out, or vice versa, expect them to put their needs aside and help you out. Or there's like sometimes things can be more sort of like ingrained and but I don't know, it's actually a very interesting question that would be useful to look into more, like how much rupture is different in a romantic relationship versus and rupture is just conflict versus other relationships.
if you have been dating for, let's say, 6 months and you haven't had a rupture, you guys are not going deep enough. You guys don't know each other well enough. You're still on your best behavior. You have to be able to be yourselves. That's going to tell you what the future looks like. So stop the pretending, be yourself, be what you want your future to look like, act like you want your future to look like, see how the other person acts, and see what happens between.
It's interesting because you have to be yourself, but also be your best version of yourself. And it's a balance of like being your, trying to be your best version of yourself, as we kind of always should, and also just being yourself and being honest. That's an interesting dynamic
Between the two of you. And a repair would look like something like, oh, I didn't, we're having a disagreement right now. Why don't we take 15 minutes and let's come back when we're not so heated and let's talk about that. Or you.
Great advice. A lot of relationship experts advise not sorting through things when you're both very high emotion.
You made a mistake. You know what? I've been thinking about this. Say you have an argument. You say, we're not going to talk for a few minutes. Let's go cool off, whatever. You call them back and you say, you know what? I thought about it. I was wrong. And I'm so sorry. Here's what I did. And I wish I had done it this way. And that's great if your partner can do that, or if you can do that, right?
And then, necessary for sure.
If your partner then can accept that without shaming you, if your partner can say, I really appreciate that. And
it's a real unhealthy thing when people like don't know how to heal that rupture, and they try to like get some sort of power from it rather than just healing it, to try to get leverage, this or that. But or like someone using the other person's apology as permission to not apologize for their own side of the street.
Number 5. What if we keep attracting the same type of relationships over and over? Dr. Joe Dispenza, neuroscientist, researcher, and expert on rewiring the brain, explains how we can break free from those cycles and attract relationships that truly align with us.
Typically, it usually takes a crisis or a disease or a diagnosis or a trauma or a loss or a betrayal for a person to really decide, is this really who I want to continue to be? So my message is, why wait for that, right? So there's nothing wrong with saying, I want to be in a relationship. I want the following things in a relationship from this person, or what might be my ideal relationship. I think people have an image in their mind of what they like or what their type is or whatever. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think what people are really looking for is connection and joy. Like, people should be in a relationship. The reason they should be in a relationship.
I was just trying to find this guy's Wikipedia page, and he doesn't have one. And there's a Reddit thing that says, why does Joe Dispenza not have a Wikipedia entry? And so I found a Spanish Wikipedia and then translate to English. And there's lots of debate about this. He's criticized in these ways. I don't know where the citation is for those criticisms. Yeah, because I had heard the name, and I was like, where have I heard that name? Oh, he was hit by a truck. Okay. He managed to recover and walk again without undergoing any surgery. Cool. And he's a chiropractor. Okay. From Life University. Okay. Is that a real thing?
For me, it would make sense then if the person got very clear on what they wanted, then they should start on the journey to become that very person. They should really work on being that very person that they want. So there would have to be some change that they would have to make in order to be worthy enough to create a person that they would attract in their life. And we cannot attract anything in our life that we feel separate from. Trusting in a future that you can't see or experience, you have to lay down the very thing you use your whole life to get what you want, to trust that something greater could happen. And that's not something that's very easy. So I like the idea that it wouldn't happen on a date that was from an app. It could happen in a bank. It could happen at a seminar. It could happen in the grocery store, in a way that you least expect, right? And I think that
Okay. I mean, I think I get the gist of what he's saying, to like kind of open yourself up for good things happening to you, relationships happening to you, to attract the right person, doing the work. I mean, I'm a little bit kind of not sure the overall thread here.
When we get to a point where we're so happy with ourselves, we're no longer looking because we feel like we already have it. I think that's the state where people attract an equal.
Become the person you want to attract. When we focus on our own growth, the right relationships naturally follow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, okay. Similar to just doing the work.
Number 6, what about manifesting love? How do we stop chasing and start aligning? Joe shares why joy and presence are the key to attracting the right partner.
We're conditioned in a way to like, okay, I need something out there. I need the experience, the proof. I need the event to occur. And the end product of that event or experience is called an emotion. The emotion takes away the lack or separation from not having it. So we're waiting for the event to occur to take away the feeling of separation or lack. And actually, that's not the healthiest way to create. And actually, we should feel the emotion of the experience before it happens, so that if you're feeling the emotion of that future before it happens, truly feeling it, you wouldn't be looking for it.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure there are like nice ways to interpret this, and I'm sure for some people they hear that and they're like, cool, I'm gonna do that. But for me, I hear that and go, you want me to feel like I'm in romantic love if I'm not? I mean, if the point is to feel fulfillment and let that be something that helps you attract and manifest love, because they're talking about manifesting, but like there are limits to manifesting. You know, I'm not going to feel like I've gone out on a spaceship if I've never done it. It's not going to be the same. So I mean, for someone like me, I hear this and I'm like, I can't do that. I can't pretend I'm in love. When I'm not, but maybe that's useful for some people, and maybe other people just take it as like, oh, try to make yourself fulfilled and so on.
You would only be looking for it when you felt separate from it, right? So can you maintain that state? Because the only way you're going to believe in that future is you have to feel the emotion associated with it.
So good.
The moment
I don't agree. I don't know why I can't believe in a future without feeling the emotion associated with it. I don't see that at all. Those are totally different things in my mind. Belief and having an emotion.
you're going to believe in the past. And there's a story that goes along with the past that has everything to do with it. Dating is hard, or finding a person, or whatever that is. The story that we...
Yeah, I don't think people should like tell themselves negative stories, obviously. I just think there's a lot in between telling yourself a negative story versus trying to feel an emotion related to something you're not experiencing. How am I supposed to do that?
accept, believe, and surrender to as if it's the truth, right? So that's exactly what programs the subconscious mind into a belief, right? So the default is...
I don't want to program my subconscious mind into a belief. I'm good, man. I don't need to do that to find... Look, I know people who have had really cool experiences of like manifesting love in the sense of like really doing specific things to be like, I want to summon love and having it work, or subsequently finding love, whether it's caused by that or not. I think it's cool. I think doing all kinds of manifesting is very cool. I'm not against it. I think if you have the expectation that it's going to inherently work, I just think to me, it's just not as useful as saying, fulfill yourself, make yourself someone that you would want to date in a generic sense in terms of make yourself happy and free and confident and so on. But I just wonder about people like me who hear this and they're like, I could never do that. I could never convince myself that I feel a certain way if I don't feel it. But I do agree. I mean, he's sort of saying a bunch of things at once. Obviously, you shouldn't tell yourself the narrative about dating being hard or impossible, or you being separate from others in some excessive way or something.
So seamless to lose that vision or that belief in the future the moment we start feeling the emotions of lack or survival in the past, right? That's the moment we can't see that future any longer, because we would be looking at that future through the lens of the past, and we would doubt that future could actually exist.
That really resonated with me.
I guess. I mean, it's all very ideological and not material and so on, but okay.
The idea that we're not searching, we're aligning. It's a whole new way to look at love. Number 7, once we find someone, we often overthink it. Is this the one? Is there someone better out there? That's where Matthew Hussey, relationship coach and New York Times bestselling author, comes in. He's been coaching people for years on how to make love work without the mind games.
Sometimes we're wanting something else because there's, the person that's in front of us isn't compelling enough. There really is something lacking in that relationship. Mm-hmm. But I do think we have to ask ourselves, what are the things I really must have for an amazing relationship? I'm not there's the one out there kind of a person. I've never been that way.
Good, yeah. I mean, I think that's really weird. The idea that there's only one, and specifically one person out there for you. It's like, why? Why would there... We don't live in a video game. Why would there be one, specifically one?
Look, anyone looks back through my videos, and you know this because we've spoken about
It'd be
it.
funny if someone was like, there's exactly 12 people out there for you. Everyone has 12 soulmates.
Back when I was single, I've never been a person who believes in the idea of the one. So I think that it's finding someone that we look at what's really important to us, not what's important on an egoic level. Because I think a lot of the things that make us question whether this person is right for us are ego-based. I don't think they're based on how we feel around this person. We worry, is this the kind of person my friends think that I should be with? Do they look the part?
I know what he means by ego, and it's it's a totally fair way to use it. But it's interesting because, like, on a more basic level, ego just refers to like yourself and your sense of self. And these examples are, someone imagining what others think. So, to get around the sort of ambiguity of what is an ego exactly, I would say, try to base your determinations on whether someone's the right fit. Try to base that on your own personal feelings, rather than imaginations of what other people's perceptions or thoughts might be. You don't know that, obviously.
My normal type.
Do they make the right amount of money?
Yeah, like has this
Do
person?
they like Basquiat?
I've come to really believe in life that if you find a connection that has all the right raw materials and you both have the same level of commitment, then you can build something extraordinary together. And actually the extraordinary is the thing you sculpt together. It's no different from a career. When we think of what are we worried about in our love life, for so many of us, it's that we're going to settle.
Yes.
I'm going to settle for the wrong person. Well, I think we can actually start to reclaim the language of settling and make it into a very positive thing. That what if it wasn't settling for? What if you decided to settle on? Because when you settle on someone, there's a power to that.
Okay. For me, it's not about the preposition. I definitely think there's something to be said for like not always striving for more and being able to accept people's people as they are, flaws and all. Obviously, that's what love. It's a big part of love, is to accept someone, flaws and all. To me, it's not about the preposition, but maybe that lands for other people. Sure. I mean, settling, being okay, but at the same time, like, it's okay to break up too. I don't know. Is there a moral one is better than the other? I don't know.
It's like you resolve to say, I'm going to settle on this. I have to argue that the benefit I have gotten from the pain that I didn't choose has been no less valuable than the benefit I've gotten from the pain I did choose. In fact, actually, I think the most valuable pain I've ever had is the pain I didn't choose. And when you realize that, you can kind of almost, I think, look at some of the worst moments of your life as like a menu of pain. And beside the item on the menu is the very specific, unique benefits that can only come from this kind of pain.
That's pretty deep. I get what he's saying. It's a very interesting point, and I think it could maybe be fleshed out more, but maybe they did flesh it out more. We're just getting a bit. But yeah, that's an interesting point. Like, you are always having some degree of agency, and so, the pain you're experiencing might be really difficult, but there's always other types of pain that you're not experiencing as well. And you shouldn't tell yourself that you can get rid of pain by breaking up with someone that's imperfect or something like that, though you can obviously break up with someone that sucks for you and so on, and that could be a good call. But yeah, it's an interesting interesting sort of mindset to have. I could see that being useful.
You can kind of imagine yourself choosing, like retroactively choosing that pain, which is a very valuable thing to do, because I was told by a psychologist about an experiment on rats where one rat was on a wheel and was just given, like the free rein to just run whenever it wanted to run. There was another rat, this was rat A. Rat B was connected to that wheel. He was on another wheel that was connected to rat A's wheel. And anytime rat A chose to run, rat B had to run, right? So both doing the same amount of exercising, But at the end of the experiment, rat A shows all the positive markers of exercise, and rat B shows all the negative markers of stress.
Oh, wow.
Great point. And this is something that I actually have been reading about as well in my own research. And choice is a big aspect of what I'm breaking down as well. And yeah, I found one writer who specifically wrote a book about women in relationships with misogynistic men. And in her book, she has a great quote about how she'll tell her clients to women to, if they're in like an abusive relationship or emotionally abusive or any type of abusive or difficult relationship, and they're having a hard time changing their own behaviors, to start by doing all the same things they're already doing, but seeing it as a choice. And she says that's a really helpful first step for people, is just doing the same things they're already doing, but thinking of it as a choice. And that brings to mind the idea that, you know, I can choose other things. And he's making the point that doing the same thing out of a choice versus not out of a choice is much more positive and feels like you have more agency and gives you that sense of I can do things differently, and rather than being forced to do things. So.
Anyone who doesn't choose you cannot be for you. If they don't see you, like, what is a relationship? It's someone sees you, they accept you, and they want that.
That's true. If you get to the point of having like healthy self-esteem, like someone rejecting you, it sucks, but you always come back to like, well, it wouldn't have worked because they don't like me. And I need to be with someone who likes me. You know what I mean? So what's the big deal? Yeah, it wouldn't have worked.
Most beautiful part of a relationship. So if someone doesn't see you and accept you and want what they see, then this relationship is missing the most beautiful part of any relationship. It shouldn't even be, it shouldn't be desirable at that stage, because it has failed the fundamental test of what makes a relationship worth having. We're not talking about a person who,
the last one is James Corden, or the second to last one? What? Okay.
In at least the case I feel we're talking about, the person who was taken from us by life. We're talking about a person who's just walking around somewhere, still existing on the planet, but choosing not to be with us.
Right, that's a good point.
That should lose its romance to us.
He's my favorite so far, I'd say. I mean, the psychotherapist was cool too.
That's
and the first guy was cool too, Stefan.
Game we play is, if it was a different time in life, if they were a bit older, they would have been ready to commit. If they had been in a different phase where they weren't so busy with their work, they might have had the space to really give to this relationship, but
they didn't.
Sometimes love isn't about holding on. It's about letting go. And no one explains that better than James Corden, comedian, talk show host, and actor.
Okay. I feel like he doesn't really, he's a little bit out of place, right? He's not even like a life coach or anything. Okay.
He shares a powerful analogy about love and letting go that I know will stick with you as it has with me. Most of us are conditioned to believe when you find something good, hold on to it forever. Make sure it lasts forever, because you never know.
Well, then you're a kid with a balloon.
Yeah.
Right? And you go and hold, I'm never ever going to let this balloon go. Right? And ignoring for a second the environmental impact of letting a balloon go. Let's talk about it just metaphorically.
Yes,
that you go, this is my balloon. I'm going to hold this balloon. I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to let go of this balloon. In fact,
sometimes I really don't like analogies. And this is from some of my experience with like philosophical stuff, or even like definitely spiritual stuff, is that analogies can be illuminating, but they can also be really limiting. And sometimes I'm just like, can we just talk about what we're talking about? Like, okay, it's bad to be too attached to X, Y, and Z. Like, let's just talk about that.
I'm going to tie it to my wrist so it can't disappear, because that happened to me once before. And it, you know what I mean? I'm going to just, that's it. And then slowly that balloon will just wilt, and it will run out of the thing that made it great. And it will just then be, then it's tied to your wrist and you're dragging it behind you, right? And actually, there's something quite beautiful. And again, environmentally, I'm not encouraging this. We didn't know about this.
But like the analogy doesn't hold up. I know I'm gonna sound like an idiot if I like dig into the analogy, but like it doesn't hold up. So why even make it? Like, you let go of a balloon and it still loses its air eventually, like just away from you. Like, I mean, I guess the guy watering the flower thing was a little bit more reasonable, I guess. I mean,
when you let go of a balloon, it's magical. Magical. Look, and then you see it and you're like, oh my God, I used to have that. I used to hold on to that. And look at it now. Look, it's just flowing. That's amazing. And then you go, well, now I haven't got a balloon. And then you go, well, maybe I'll get another one.
okay, sure.
Maybe-
Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. I shouldn't be a jerk. This is fine.
There'll be another balloon. And maybe
If
it'll-
we're talking about breaking up with someone, but there's also the issues of like letting go in general, where you're not breaking up, but you're letting go of like control of something, some aspect of, you know, the relationship or your partner's behaviors.
How to love fully without losing yourself in the process.
Great. Yeah, this is something I'm definitely exploring in my writing as well. Bringing in ideas of differentiation.
Radhi shares her wisdom on maintaining a strong sense of self while being in a loving, supportive relationship.
People think that time is the investment, like the amount of time you spend with someone.
Bro, is that a Matisse? Damn, Shetty.
Is what the investment is. This person is willing to spend 2 hours with me, but this person is willing to spend 15 minutes with me. That must mean the 2-hour person values me more, loves me more, cares for me more. But what is the quality of those 2 hours? What is the quality of those 15 minutes? Makes such a difference. And I think, you know, I've just been so used to that concept that
She's like, no, whatever. I don't want to, but it sounds like she's like, oh, you know, I only get 15 minutes with you, but it's really nice. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure that's not what you mean.
that's what I always, you know, related to this friend or this relationship. This person wants to spend the most amount of time with me. That must mean, you know, that person loves me more. And so I think that's something I've really changed, because you can feel so much more fueled from a 15-minute interaction with someone and loved with presence than you can with, you know, 2 hours of someone's distracted time. And that's something I'm still working on as a person, of being someone who's present.
I really hope that you got lots of value from that. That's why we're doing these compilations. I want to make things simple, seamless, and practical for you.
No, you also got to take a day off here and there, Jay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Love isn't just about finding the right person. It's about becoming the right person. And through all these incredible conversations, one thing is clear. Self-awareness, growth, and intention are at the heart of real love.
and presence, like that came up in our first video too, like being present, and that's really significant as well, I think, and probably it involves self-awareness, stress tolerance, you know, different types of skills you can practice, like compartmentalizing, being able to be present. You have things come into your mind and you need to be present, finding a way to process those things, whether it's writing them down, putting them in a mental folder or something. I mean, it's hard for people to be present. You know, you can imagine if people like don't make enough money to have Matisse and Basquiat art, you know, like how much harder it might be for them to be present in some situations if they have like work 2 or 3 jobs or something. But obviously, you know, everyone has different challenges. So.
I really hope this episode gave you clarity, perspective, and inspiration to approach love.
Sure. I mean, I think these were useful interviews. You know, this Joe guy I found not helpful, and very generic. But Matthew was cool. James was out of place, but I mean, and took way too long to be like, it's good to let things go sometimes. His wife seems knowledgeable, and I think her perspective was interesting. And, you know, the idea of like, the importance of valuing the time you have with people, as well as thinking about how even if you're doing like helping work, it could still be selfish if you're not thinking about how other people in your life are affected by your work-life balance or things like that potentially. You know, this person, Lori, was, I think, very had a lot of good insight as well. And Stefan, thought that was useful as well. So yeah, lots of really good advice in this one, and as I'm not shocked, because it's a legit podcast where they have experts come on, or, you know, experts to different degrees, you know, like, you know, yeah.
with more purpose. If something resonated with you, share it with a friend who needs to hear it and pass this on to someone else. I'll see you next time on
Or record a whole thing where you're watching it, I guess, is another option.
Purpose. Hey everyone, if you loved that
Bro's got a stylist or something. Damn. Or just really good style.
conversation, go and check out my episode with the world's leading therapist, Lori Gottlieb.
The world's leading therapist. The number one therapist in the world. Great. Okay, well, that's that. I mean, I'm going to come back and do more of this, and we got a few more to watch, but I'll probably be wearing a different shirt, and my hair will be slightly differently placed. So, hey, welcome back. See, I told you my shirt would be different and my hair would be slightly different. Welcome back for next part in watching YouTube videos about relationships and relationship advice. I got the next one pulled up here. I'm just realizing now it's actually not... It's only 35,000 views. So the other ones we were looking at were more views. But this is clearly a popular channel. I mean, so it's not, I'm not trying to waste my time. I'm trying to look at some of the more popular relationship advice on YouTube. It feels like a good place to start. But looks like they're trying to make the world a better place, which, hey, nothing wrong with that. Cool. So I do notice that there's a one-on-one calls link in the description. So we were talking about the first video we watched. They did one-on-one calls. We'll follow that link. Let's check out the video first and kind of see the advice first. So let's see what's out there. Relationship advice. Let's go.
If you are tired of wasting your time, or you feel like you're not getting the best results when it comes to relationships and all of that, I got you. I'm gonna give you the sauce for free of charge. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so the one-on-one calls must be free too. No, I'm just kidding. I will say, do we at least see the prices? Because I was talking about with the previous person, she's like, just say your prices, Okay, there we go. Price right there. No big deal, So $100 for an hour of talking. It's about what therapy costs. This person has the right. I'm sure they're not a licensed therapist, right? They would mention that, but that's okay. They have the right to do this. They're not calling it therapy. They have every right to market themselves and say, hey, feel free to talk to me.
All you got to do is give me a few of your minutes and listen, okay? I need you to understand, first and foremost, that in life, when you want something...
So we got the quiet music in the background, a little bit less quiet than that first video. I don't think Jay Shetty had music, right? So I like the music. A little bit too loud maybe, but okay. It gives a good vibe.
Nothing is going to come from that. So if you want a relationship...
The captions is an interesting touch.
Ask yourself, do you have a relationship with yourself? You want somebody who's ambitious. Are you ambitious? You want somebody to talk to you, but you don't talk to yourself. You want somebody to...
I do the Verbal Journal podcast, and so I recommend everyone start a podcast. It's a great way to talk to yourself.
Be interested in you. You're not interested in yourself. You want somebody to invest in you.
I think this is great advice.
Become what you want so you can attract who you are. It's a simple formula.
Okay.
Older than all of us. Like some people learn, some people don't. But you got to learn to communicate effectively with yourself first and foremost.
I wouldn't say it's that simple, but it's a good guideline for sure. You got to work on yourself for a lot of reasons. I mean, in general, but also like make yourself more of an attractive partner. And also so you can handle the challenges that come with being in relationships. Yeah, it will be nice to make sure I focus on family and friendships. I mean, I haven't gone out of my way to look for those. I'm sure there's lots of advice as well, but I think it's important to blend those together because a lot of the same advice applies.
How you heal. That's how you get to the bottom of things. When you have a problem goes out. All right, we have a problem. How do we fix it? That's our solution. We're going to do what it takes to solve this problem for as long as it takes. Problem. There's nothing I can do. There's no solution. You know what I do with that problem? I drop it. Outside of my control, hey.
Great advice.
Genetics, outside of your control. Do something.
Great advice. Yeah, make sure you're focusing on what's within your control. It's a huge important point.
Right? Now, like I said, you got to learn to communicate effectively with yourself. That's how you solve problems. That's how you have a healthy relationship with yourself. But that's also how you have a healthier relationship with anybody. Communication by far is one of them ones. Effective communication is a kingpin of keys in a relationship.
For sure. And I think that's a great point too, to his larger point of like working on communication with yourself. We talked about denial in the previous video here, you know, and how denial can be about things about yourself and also things about the relationship or the partner. You could be in denial about things about your partner or the relationship. So communication is like the other kind of side of that, communicating with yourself, practicing not being in denial about things or not denying your feelings, being able to speak up for yourself. And then you kind of expect that more from your partner, expect good communication, expect self-awareness. The more able you are to do it, the more fair you feel it is to have as an expectation, for sure.
Learning to communicate effectively when something goes on, not just blaming a person, not a bunch of you did this and you did that. No. I feel this way because.
Great point. I statements, also taking responsibility, focusing on what's within your control, taking a solution-focused, constructive perspective works for things in your own life as well as relationship stuff as well. Great point he's making.
I feel this way because this happened, right?
And we'll get into that, the idea of telling the microscopic truth is something I got from this one book called Conscious Loving. And it's, you know, so I statements help with that because you're telling the most true thing. You're not saying like you did this when it's like maybe they didn't exactly do that, or like you made me feel this way. It's like, did they? I mean, so you could be like, I feel this way when you do that. You know, it's a little bit more concrete, or even if it's not about the other person's behavior, just making sure you say whatever you know for sure. And try not to overstep it.
You know what I'm saying? Let's get through this. There's ways to say so many things.
Totally.
Now I can turn around and say the same thing I just said, ignorant as hell.
Yeah, it's a great point.
I don't know what the hell you're yelling about.
Right.
I didn't even do nothing.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
If you respond to poor communication with poor communication, you delay and exacerbate the situation. You delay the resolution and exacerbate the problems.
What I'm really hitting at, though, if you can't tell, one of the easiest ways, it's not easy, one of the most simple ways to understand.
That's a really good distinction. I think about that with other stuff too, where it's like there's a level of simplicity to, especially like relationship advice. It's like everything I have to say too, like most of it is not that brilliantly complicated. It's like sometimes it's the simplicity that is true, absolutely, but it's challenging to consistently do those things.
Communicating effectively in a relationship is to have a sense of accountability. Okay? Have a sense of accountability.
Definitely.
Accountability is not blame.
Ooh.
It's responsibility for a certain role in a situation.
Great distinction. I really like this guy's perspective. Yeah, accountability is not blame. It's about responsibility. And blame is sort of just a slightly unhelpful concept. Because blame comes in a sort of retributive way. Like you can assign responsibility and hold people accountable, and blame is sort of this adjacent additional concept that can just blame doesn't, like if you're blaming someone, you have to be doing it in a responsible way. You're not allowed to just go ham on them because they messed up. You know what I mean?
Still be accountable for a certain set of actions. Something can be going on in a relationship that you're not aware of, but you can still have accountability for a certain set of actions. When you're telling somebody something,
or a set of inactions as well, things you neglect, you can be accountable for neglecting things.
About how you feel or what's going on or how you see things, there's a certain level of responsibility you can have for your perception of things, right? It's just like if you feel insecure within a relationship, don't sit there and tell your partner, I feel like you cheating on me. Yes. I feel like you not trustworthy.
Great advice. Great advice. Being responsible and accountable for your own feelings. If there's a reason, okay, I feel I don't trust you because you said you would be home and then you never texted me back, and that's hard for me to trust you when you do that. You know, you want to communicate about specific stuff, but if there's no specific stuff, you don't want to just have this looking for validation. I don't feel okay. Make me feel okay type of thing. That's super unhealthy. So yeah, taking responsibility for your feelings is so important.
Let somebody know. Look, in my past, I've dealt with certain things, and I'm trying my hardest to heal, and I put this on you.
But dealing with things in your past, as I'm sure he's going to say as well, it doesn't justify, not being accountable for your feelings in the present. Like even if you are triggered by things, like it doesn't justify reacting excessively to those triggers or putting them on someone else.
You know what I'm saying? When I got my little lady tucked away on the side with me, hey, look, I appreciate your existence. Why do you always say that? Because I do. The hell you talking about? You think I'm finna have you in my proximity if I don't? You think I'm just yapping? Because I'm telling you, look, we too old for the sweet nothings, all right? We too old for the sweet nothings. I know you might be used to X, Y, and Z, but this ain't that over here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's probably brings up a good point too. Like, where's the line between like genuine appreciation versus like bullshit appreciation? Because you do want to be genuine, and you also don't want to. You don't want to feel like it's forced. You have to always say appreciative things, and you don't want to mislead the other person. So you don't want to be like, "I love you and I'll love you forever" if you don't actually feel that. You know what I mean?
If it's around me, I appreciate it. All right, and that's just what it's gonna be. You gotta show gratitude. Make people feel like you care about them. Make people feel like they're heard, or you know what I'm saying. Their opinion counts in your life. Definitely. That don't mean people have to run your life. That don't mean people have to, like I said, they don't have to grovel at your feet. And just because you come home with a lollipop, they got to jump on your back and twirl on it.
That's a great metaphor. Did you come up with that? That's really interesting.
You ain't got to do all that. It's the simple things that count. When somebody just know that they have you in their corner and that they can lean on you for that support, and they know that you appreciate them, it just makes them go 100% harder. I don't know what it is. I know what it is, but I can't make you understand the molecules that's.
I mean, it's not that complicated. Like, you know, when people feel that you're rewarding them, essentially. It's like sort of reward, you know, sort of reinforcement. Like, you're giving them positive reinforcement. You're giving them, you know, you're making them feel good for making you feel good. So you're rewarding them, essentially. So
because you should have an appreciation and a respect for yourself that is so high, that is so potent, that you shouldn't give a damn whether somebody respect or appreciate you, because you got you.
I wouldn't go that far, but I agree with his point. I wouldn't say that it's like it makes you not care about what other people think, but like to a certain extent, I agree. I just wouldn't go to that extreme, but I agree with like what he's saying essentially. So, I mean, it's so important to have healthy self-esteem. It's like, I don't know if you can have what I would consider healthy, like mutualistic relationships if you don't have relatively healthy self-esteem, because you end up dependent for validation in ways that are unhealthy and put unnecessary pressure on the other person who has their own needs. So I think you want to limit the amount that your needs are explicitly depending on the other person to the ones that are most necessary to be exclusive in that way. So I agree that like having a lot of self-esteem is so important, and obviously that doesn't mean being cocky, you know, but just being really appreciative of yourself, like he's saying, like all this stuff. We do absolutely have relationships with ourselves, absolutely.
And I get it. It get lonely sometimes on the road to improvement. I get it. Trust. But there's somebody out there that appreciates you. There's somebody out there that cares about you, that has respect for you.
For sure. There's probably many people, or if you don't feel that way, there will be in the future.
You dig? Can you dig it?
Yes.
Can you dig it? Yes, you shall. But yeah, it's that guy, once again, Tremont Davis. And I am O-U.
That's really a cool way to end the video. I don't know if he does that all the time. Great video. Oh, dude. Yeah, dude's really blowing up. I mean, I'm sure he's helping a lot of folks, and very cool. I thought that video we watched had really good advice. Again, I'm just trying to kind of get a read for what's out there, where are the gaps, where could I actually be useful and not just like, you know, be repeating stuff everyone already says and knows. All right, I think I actually have time here for one more before I hop off. This is a short one, and it's from Glamour, so that's like a magazine or something. And 5.7 million views from 7 years ago. Divorce lawyers give relationship advice. So that's interesting, right? Let's check it out.
Marriage is like the lottery. You're probably not going to win. But if you win, what you win is so great that it's worth trying. It's worth buying the ticket and taking the ride.
That's funny, though, given the Jay Shetty interview where which person was? No, I'm sorry. The first guy, the German guy, where he said it's not about luck. You know, he was maybe exaggerating too much, and this person's exaggerating too much in the other direction, or it's just a catchy way to start the video.
You know, 53% of marriages end in divorce in New York State. So if I said to you there's a 53% chance that when you walk out the front door today, you're going to get hit in the head with a bowling ball.
Okay. It's not a great analogy for it, I think, right? Because it's more like 53% chance you go bowling for some period of time and then you get hit with a bowling ball, maybe on the foot. I don't know. It depends on how the divorce goes.
You would either stay inside or at a minimum you would wear a helmet. You know, you buy a house, they make you fill out 50 forms explaining that you understand the lead paint disclosures.
No, I see what he's saying. He's saying if you're going to get married, you should wear a helmet. I totally get that, yeah.
You understand the loan, you understand everything. You get married, you don't even get a pamphlet. You don't even get a piece of paper that says, oh, by the way, you just did the most legally significant thing other than dying you'll ever do.
Totally. Like, who looks up, like, the legal ramifications of getting married? Like, there are so many ins and outs that you have no idea what it really entails. And a lot of them are positive. I mean, our society is structured to sort of incentivize people to get married, I think. But then, yeah, people rely on like books and YouTube videos and stuff to try to understand relationships. And honestly, I do think it's a big part of going to therapy. You can learn about how to help yourself communicate better, understand yourself better. It helps with the relationships a lot.
If you want to be with a person who is social and very outgoing, then don't marry someone who is a homebody.
Yeah.
This is who I want.
Identifying like fixed aspects of a person is really important, and self-analysis, self-awareness can help with that, because you can understand what's fixed in myself and what's fixed in other people. Obviously it's hard to tell, you know what I mean, and you have to it's a subjective, you have to use your judgment. It's very hard to tell, and obviously people can change, and like sometimes they change a tiny bit, but it doesn't mean they're able to change enough for you to actually be fulfilled in a given way, and so on. And so it's tough, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to recognize.
This is who I want. This is what I expect. If this doesn't work for you, then you may not be the right guy for me. It's critical that those expectations are communicated early.
Yeah, and self-awareness is critical for knowing what those expectations are. I think that's a huge problem, probably as big of a problem as people not communicating their expectations because they're, you know, not great with communicating, is people not even communicating their expectations because they don't know what they're not communicating their expectations because they don't even know what their expectations are.
You're not going to change all that much just because you're getting married. And the person that you're marrying is most probably not going to change all that much either. Most people are out there making their own money, and by the time they get married, they have their own bank accounts and, you know, student loans or credit card debts. And those are all sort of important things to know about the person that you're going to marry.
I think
because you don't want to get into a situation where you have resentment because they didn't reveal it to you, or because they revealed their financial, you know, their debts or their other issues to you, and you didn't take it seriously or didn't really think about it enough, and then now you're mad at them even though they told you. You know, there's all these different, you have to really make sure you're both fully cognizant of what the money stuff means and other stuff. You know, if you're making commitments with someone, oh, are they committed to helping this family member here, and I'm thinking about moving here, you know, or whatever it might be. So
what a lot of us are looking for in someone to date is very different than what we're looking for in someone to marry. You know, I've had so many clients who, for example, their boyfriend or girlfriend has a job that is so cool to have a boyfriend or girlfriend doing. A musician, a chef. There's something very exciting about dating someone in that position.
A YouTuber.
What's it going to be like to be married to someone in that position? A chef who works really long hours late into the night. A person who travels for business and is on the road, you know, 45 weeks of the year. What makes for a good boyfriend or girlfriend, and what makes for a good spouse or partner?
That is interesting, though, if you think about it, because, like, the difference is just a matter of time, essentially. If you take out the, like, I don't know if he's referring mostly to the marriage financial aspect of, you know, legally bonding yourself, or because even if you just look at people dating for longer periods of time, it's true that like something can be exciting for a short period of time and get a little bit tiresome after a while. So you got to use your foresight and self-awareness.
Especially if you want to have kids, is a tremendously different thing much of the time. When you represent people in divorce, you see good people at their worst.
Yeah, I would recommend try to stay calm in general. let yourself have emotions, but don't maybe act from those places if you can avoid it.
Moms who, in the middle of a courtroom, throw something at their spouse.
The biggest mistake that people make when they're getting divorced is to make this into the winner and loser situation.
Yeah, and that's true of any situation, in communicating. Sort of like the guy we were just watching, Shimon, saying, trying to make sure it's not about that and about blame. It's about a constructive approach.
If I was to say to people, what they should try to hold on to is that sense of being this other person's cheerleader and being connected to them.
Aw, great. That was really good advice. I mean, obviously very specific to divorce, but also speaks to a lot of truths about relationships in general. All right, I'm back, and for this next one, we're going to be watching, it might be the best one so far, because it's by a psychologist and researcher, Joanne Davila, and that's, good, 7.5 million views 9 years ago, TEDx talk, and it's specifically about skills for healthy romantic relationships, so that's great. Skills is sort of a category in my own research. It might seem generic, but it's, it is a specific thing. There's a lot of different things you could talk about with relationships, and the skills side of it is a particular part of it. What are some things you can practice? What are some things you can, we talk about what's within your control and focusing on that, and also your choices, the importance of choice. Well, skills are sort of how you make the right choice more often in a lot of ways. So. Or even try to get to a point where you don't even have to decide about things or so on. Anyways, let's get into this. Let's see what we got here.
Intimacy, security, respect, good communication, a sense of being valued. These are some of the things that most people would agree make for healthy relationships. But there's a problem. How many people really know what to do on a day-to-day basis to create healthy relationships?
Good question.
We may know what a healthy relationship looks like, but most people have no idea how to get one, and no one teaches us how to do so.
Well, I think a lot of times we don't know what they look like. People haven't had experience with it, so it's harder to identify and so on, but sure, yeah.
Now, when we typically do so? After it's too late. It's called couples therapy. I do couples therapy, and it can be a wonderful thing. But many people come to couples therapy with so many ingrained problems and patterns that they just can't change.
That's a really good point. I mean, just in the sense of it's not too late if you're at that point, but yeah, you might as well improve your relationship skills even if you're single. Or you're dating is a great time just to make sure you're forming healthy relationships and cultivating them in a healthy way.
Why? Because people have already selected the person they want to commit their life to. What if they've selected poorly? No amount of premarital education can make up for a bad partner choice.
Yeah. And that's brings up a good idea of just when you're talking about the importance of choice, just focusing on choosing a partner being a critical choice. I mean, obviously there are polyamorous people as well, but you're still choosing partner. Whoever you choose to get close to, you want to make sure you're making those choices for reasonable reasons and so on.
Really knowing what you want and need in a partner and a relationship, selecting the right person, and developing and using skills right from the beginning. We've identified 3 skills: insight, mutuality, and emotion regulation.
Insight, mutuality, and emotion regulation, totally. So for me, as I've been looking at skills, for me, emotion regulation has been a big one. Self-soothing is also another way to put that. Insight, I would think I call sort of self-awareness. And then mutuality is good. That would be maybe falling into, I don't know. I wonder how she's going to describe that. Is it just communication, mutuality, or something else?
So let me tell you about the skills. The first one is insight. Insight is about awareness and understanding and learning. So with insight, you'll have a better idea of who you are, what you need, what you want, why you do the things you do.
Definitely, needs and wants are important. Yeah, your motivations, your beliefs, your values, and so on. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here. I mean, it's people like this that, and then as I read books and stuff, they make me sort of feel like, well, do I need to really add anything? I mean, I'm sure, like, the thing is, like, I don't know whether I have unique insights yet. I'm trying to figure out whether any of my insights are unique. I do think there's value, even if I don't have like some breakthrough theory to do my own writing, but for myself, but also for other people. I mean, I got a little bit of a flair that can like draw certain people in. So you might as well try to reach folks. Obviously not everyone's reading psychological research and stuff. So, I guess I'm trying to figure out, am I going to go for like something more ambitious, or am I going to be like a social science communicator essentially, like, which is great. So, and she does more, like she's a researcher and she's a science communicator. So the question is, I'm probably not going to do like a research study, but like, do I try to like, to what extent do I try to critique like the theories that exist? And I do actually want to spend more time reading more current research and stuff as well. So we'll do some of that as well.
So let's say you're being really snappy to your partner. With insight, you might notice or realize that it's not that your partner's doing anything. It's actually that you're really stressed out at work. And what you really need is to relax a little bit so it doesn't bleed out over into your relationship. With insight, you'll be able to anticipate the positive and negative consequences of your behavior. For example, you'll know that if you send that nasty text, it's not going to go well.
Totally. Foresight.
Maybe you better make a phone call instead.
Yeah.
The second skill is mutuality. Mutuality is about knowing that both people have needs and that both sets of needs matter. With mutuality, you'll be able to convey your own needs in a clear, direct fashion that increases the likelihood that you'll get them met.
The skill of mutuality is inherently related to the skill of communication. Making sure you just say, not like, oh, do you have any interest in coming to the thing tonight? Or like, oh yeah, are you free tonight? Or anything. If, it's like, obviously you can ask if they're free tonight, but like, you have to go further to be like, I totally get if you can't make it, but I do want to make it clear, like, I would love for you to come to this. I almost feel like I need you there for support, but obviously if you can't do it, no worries. But I do want to communicate, like, I really, really want you there. So it would be great. Obviously then if they have to, save a child from a burning building, they're going to go do that. But hopefully it has to be something important, for them to not do something that you're directly communicating you need. So.
And mutuality also lets you factor both people's needs into decisions that you make about your relationship.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely obviously knows what she's talking about, and this is all very useful information.
Third skill is emotion regulation. And emotion regulation is about regulating your feelings in response to things that happen.
I know what emotion regulation is about. Sorry.
In your relationship. With emotion regulation, you'll be able to keep your emotions calm and keep things that happen in your relationship in perspective.
So yeah, she's talking about using your thoughts to help moderate your emotions, using, separating your thoughts from your emotions. I'm feeling really stressed out. I'm feeling worried. I'm feeling terrified. But I'm going to try to use some cognition here, put things in perspective as best I can, not to cancel out the emotions, just to understand that they might pass.
Going to be okay. With emotion regulation, you'll be able to tolerate uncomfortable feelings and not act out on them impulsively. So you'll be able to think through your decisions more clearly. So insight, mutuality, and emotion regulation, I believe it's people's ability to use the skills on a day-to-day basis that lets them have healthy relationships.
Yeah, and it's not just her belief, it's also research, obviously, that she mentioned.
So let me give you an example of how this works. The other day I was talking to someone and she said that when her partner asked her what she wanted for her birthday, she told him she didn't want anything. So guess what? She didn't get anything and she got really angry and they had a big fight. Why? because she really did want a present. She just didn't want to tell him. She wanted him to somehow know. It's called mind reading. It's a terrible idea. It never works.
Yeah, you could just be like, oh, I don't know what I want, but, you know, surprise me. I'll you know. If you know what you want, I guess you should communicate that. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how, yeah, I guess people feel different ways about gift giving.
Had she been using the skills, insight would have let her know herself well enough to realize that she really did want something, and if she didn't get it, she was going to be mad. Insight also would have let her know that her partner was...
It is kind of crazy, though, to, like, not get your partner something for their birthday. Like, for sure. But that doesn't change the fact that people have responsibility to communicate a little.
Kind of guy who was just going to take what she said literally. Mutuality would have let her...
I would just say to anyone of any gender, like, get your partner something for their birthday, even if you just write them a card.
Really ask for what she wanted, directly and clearly. And emotion regulation would have let her
That'd be funny if someone was like, I don't want any gifts and I don't want any cards. Do not write me a card. And then don't write them a card if they're like that.
In one of our studies, we looked at 13 and 14-year-old girls, early adolescent girls. And we found that girls who were more romantically competent felt more secure in their relationships. They felt comfortable being close to people. They could trust people. They weren't worried about being rejected. Girls who were more romantically competent reported fewer depressive symptoms. They had better mental health.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm sure she's thought about this a lot, but I'm not sure about the cause and effect thing here. It's very hard to figure out. Like, where do these skills for competence come from? Because it's a lot easier to be competent when you're not depressed or when you have good self-esteem as well. So, but it's just like a real chicken and egg situation, but very meaningful research, obviously. I'm not criticizing it. I'm just, that must be a challenge of that research is determining cause and effect.
So were more positive about their expectations about marriage in the future. They were more optimistic that it could go well. Girls with greater romantic competence were engaging...
Yeah, because I just feel like the thing is, you don't have to convince people that romantic competence is good, right? I mean, the question is, how do you go from not having as much to having more? Which I'm sure she looks at and studies.
More typical romantic activities for their age, things that were normative, like dating and flirting and affectionate behaviors like hugging and kissing. And girls who were more romantically competent were engaging in fewer atypical sexual activities, like sexual intercourse, which can be considered pretty risky for a 13 and 14-year-old girl. Sure. So even at an early age, 13 and 14 years old, when these girls...
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I mean, so understanding their needs, their wants, having better communication and insight makes it so people can better probably communicate with potential partners and draw boundaries when they want to or need to. But yeah, it is just confusing cause and effect situation of like, a lot of this is the effects of other things. So she's talking about the consequences of good competence, but the good competence is a consequence of a lot of different things.
They were not even in relationships. The more romantically competent they were, the more adaptive relational functioning they were showing, and the better mental health they were showing. We see
but doesn't it work the opposite way too?
Same things among young adults, 18 to 25 years old. More romantically competent men and women feel more secure in relationships. They also report making better decisions. They can see the warning signs when things aren't going well and make conscious decisions with confidence.
Yeah, that's insight. Right?
They're also better at seeking and providing support to their partners. So they're more willing to ask for what they need and use what their partners give them.
Sure.
And they're better at providing helpful support when needed.
And I don't want to be critical. Like, she's an actual psychologist researcher. Like, she knows more about this than I do. I'm just like dipping my toes as a social worker into the field of relationship science and so on. But it does feel a little bit like she's saying people with healthy psychological skills have healthy psychological outcomes.
This isn't just
which is like Right. Of course. Yeah, that's how we're defining health.
They told us. We actually observed them doing this in our laboratory when we asked them to talk with one another about a personal problem. Young people who were more romantically competent also were more satisfied in their relationships. They were happier.
Sure.
And again, they reported fewer depressive symptoms and also fewer anxiety symptoms. So
okay, yeah, I mean, this is great. I don't know that she needs to go into tons more depth about how you develop these skills. It's a 15-minute talk. She says what the skills are, and how you develop them is a longer conversation in various ways. And there's so many different ways you could develop insight, mutuality, and emotional regulation.
Overall, being romantically competent at a young age is associated with greater, more adaptive relationship functioning and greater individual well-being. And this brings me back to my point that we need to be teaching people how to have healthy relationships. So, like I said earlier
Very
on,
good point, very true. And I think it's overlooked a lot, actually.
it's all about using insight, mutuality, and emotion regulation to reduce the behaviors that lead to unhealthy relationships, like fighting and poor support and hostility and criticism and contempt and violence, and create the things that lead to healthy relationships.
For me, contempt is a really important word. I heard another a YouTuber talk about who's a doctor and an expert in this stuff, and we'll talk about her videos a few videos from now. I got a few good ones we'll talk about, at least one of them. And she brought up, I'll mention who it is. I forget her name off the top of my head, but she mentioned contempt, and it's an important word because it's not the type of word we use much in our life. But if you think about it, it helps you define the difference between like your partner or family member or friend just being a little bit testy versus like expressing contempt. And like, it's not about like, do they actually hate me or anything? It's just like actions that express contempt are, when you have that word in your mind, contempt, it's a little bit easier to identify like, whoa, like that was not just like critical in a way that was constructive. That was like super mean. And like, there's really no place for that at all in a healthy relationship. It's just like, so anyways, very useful word to have.
Like intimacy, security, respect, good communication, and a sense of being valued. And wouldn't all of our relationships benefit from this?
Hell yeah.
I think they would. Thank you.
Totally. So it's really not just about romantic relationships, I would think, but cool. Well, I think that was useful, and as I thought, it was not full of a bunch of BS. It was quite practical and useful, and great. Okay, so for our next video, we're gonna watch the one and only Jordan Bernadette Peterson, and I found this video, but it's not on his channel, and it's like just like stock footage overdub. Or stock, with him overdub. And so I was trying to find, like, on his actual channel, I searched relationships. And, like, there's a lot of different things that I'm sure touches on relationships. And I'm just, like, not sure, like, I'm not sure what, like, they don't say what video this is from, obviously, because that would be, like, insane. Why would they ever tell you what video it's from, right? Maybe pinned comment? No. Why would they ever tell you? Anyways, so let's just watch, I guess, this one and see kind of about this fella's advice. He's, well known. He came to prominence misrepresenting a piece of legislation in Canada, and his career has just gone straight from there to now. But he does help a bunch of people who don't really focus on the more unhelpful aspects of his refusal to stay in a lane. But yeah, this is, within his lane that he would presumably be staying within. So let's listen to the psychological advice of Jordan Peterson on relationship advice. on relationship stuff.
I think that you should know someone well enough so that you know if you can negotiate with them, and so that you have started to formulate a vision of your joint future that you can both look forward to with enthusiasm and confidence.
For sure. Have insight about the other person, right? I mean, and yourself and your values and your sense of what you want in the future, know your wants, know your needs, know the other person's, communicate well about it. Absolutely.
And of course, that's going to depend to some degree on your level of maturity, but that means you've considered such things as, do you have a sufficient number of joint interests, and are you oriented in the same direction with regards to how you're going to handle your joint careers and the possibility of children, and the manner in which you're going to interact with your in-laws. And you have to,
I mean, for sure. This is a great reason to also sometimes take things a little slow in regards to commitments, at least. You know, get to see how they react to distress or difficult situations. Make sure, you know, you have seen a bunch of different sides of this person.
Start
before you move in together or something. You know.
Considering your life together from the perspective of practicality and economics, I would say. So it can't just be that massive erotic attraction that's associated with love. Although I think that's extraordinarily important, and you're unbelievably fortunate if you have that, and you should do everything you can to maintain it, and that takes effort. That takes real effort and will. Sure. But you need to ally that with maturity and intelligence, and the maturity and intelligence is, okay, we're going to put our lives together. What's that going to look like at the level of detail?
Sure, absolutely. Go into specifics as much as possible.
How are we going to handle our finances? Where are we going to live? What are our joint plans going to be? If you want to set up a household with someone, then there's a lot of things that you need to get straight. And you either do that by bringing your unconscious assumptions to bear on the situation, and perhaps
having insight into your assumptions,
clashing where they don't match, or you sit down like a conscious and aware and articulate couple and start to negotiate what your joint responsibilities are going to be.
Yeah, so you have to do both, obviously, and
be, well, who's responsible for the meals and when, and what are you going to eat, and who's going to get groceries, and who's going to pay the bills, and who's going to do which part of what household chores there are.
Sure. Yeah, of course. You want to talk about it a lot, as much as you can when you're making commitments.
And it's really important that it is of that high quality and sustainability, because the relationship, especially when it starts to produce children, is a machine, let's say, a machine that you jointly operate that adds immensely to the quality of your life and the depth of your life. I mean, you have the rope and strand of your life, and your partner has the strands and the rope of his or her life, and then those are tied together to make a stronger rope. And then that unites you across time, and then you undertake massive adventures together, and some of that is the establishment of a household and the establishment of joint career.
Yes.
And the maintenance of each other's mental and physical health, and the maintenance of a high quality sexual life.
Just like he's like a preacher or something. Like he just talks and talks and talks. Like, okay. Not trying to insult preachers. I'm sure there's all different types of preachers. I'm just like, it feels almost like poetic in the sense like, or it's like background. It feels like it's like, maybe it's the music and the stock footage, but it's just like what he's saying. It feels like he's just kind of marinating in a point rather than making it and moving on to another point.
Production and care of children, which don't be thinking that you can't organize your life when you have children. The thing about modern people is that they're terrified of children. And it's because they regard children as if they're miniature tyrants. And they can be, of course, because anyone will tyrannize over you if you allow them to.
Okay. I think people have all kinds of different worries about children for different reasons. But again, we're on this like stream of consciousness thing. Like the children thing reminded him to talk about this. So attitudes towards children. It's like a little bit of a sidestep from the point of the video. But I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan Peterson, with his renegade traditional conservative family values, believes that relationships are inherently about producing children.
Perhaps not anyone, but virtually anyone. Why not regulate your children's behavior? I wrote a chapter in my new book called Don't Let Your Children Do Anything That Makes You Dislike Them.
Okay, so this is old, right? Because that was his first book. So, and I think that is terrible advice. And if I haven't read the book, I've just heard people talk about it for many hours who have read the book, and I've seen quotes from it. And my understanding is he actually does not, Jordan Peterson doesn't seem to understand or recognize that psychological research is against hitting children. My sense is that he actually thinks there's an okay way to use physical hitting with children. I could be wrong. That's just what I've heard. Let's see. Hold on. You know what? That's outside of the scope of this video. But my point is, just the chapter title itself, I think, is ridiculous. Don't let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Not useful advice, I don't think.
And that's like really serious advice. Is like if you
also aren't we talking about like romantic relationships? Like, am I supposed to take that advice and apply it to my romantic relationship?
Decide how it is that you're going to run your household so that you're actually thrilled to death that you have kids and that you have a life. Well, so I have a good marriage, thank God for that, and that's partly due to the outstanding moral quality of my wife, who I'm also extraordinarily attracted to.
Cool.
You know, we've built a life together and we've had kids together and we're happy with our kids, and we had plenty of struggle with our kids because one of our children, my daughter, had serious health problems, which she seems to have managed to resolve, partly as a consequence of her own brilliance. But you know, we've set ourselves up now so that our children are respectable and mature young adults, so thank God for that. And they've got partners who we both really like, and they're going to have children, and, well, hooray, you know, that.
Okay.
That means that this next part of my life is going to be something that I can advance into with a fair bit of hope. The shackle together is more like it's a...
Until the grandchildren get access to the internet. And they start seeing a bit about the ways I've embarrassed myself for the last decade.
It's such a, I may have even said that, but it's such a cynical way of looking at it. It's more like what you've produced is an unbreakable bond between two beings, and that makes both of them better in every way if it's a relationship that's based on trust and genuine communication. That's a very difficult thing to attain, because you have to be willing to tell the truth, and the truth is generally a horrible thing.
I don't know if the truth is generally a horrible thing, but it's challenging to tell the truth. It is very challenging. It's hard to even know the truth sometimes, and then it can be very hard to tell it as well. But the truth can be horrible as well, and the difficulties of practicing distrust tolerance can be an impediment to understanding the truth.
You know, I mean, it's easy to tell truth when everyone wants to hear what you have to say, but it's very difficult to tell the truth when no one wants to hear it, least of all yourself. You're not coming clean about old lies, generally, if that will ruin lives. And I don't think you forgive yourself precisely and focus on living truthfully in the future. You focus on living truthfully in the future, and perhaps you don't forgive yourself exactly. That doesn't mean you pound yourself into the ground with guilt. But if you have done things in the past that were reprehensible and that would destroy lives if were brought to light, then you should, I think that generally speaking, you should do everything you can to limit the spread of damage as you attempt to move truth.
It's a very specific kind of niche he got into here. I mean, yeah, I definitely see how, like, telling the truth even, like, is not always the... Like, there are limits. There are truths that don't need to be shared. And making that determination is difficult, and there's a lot of bias that can come into play. Oh, you know, I don't need to tell them about this bad thing I did. You know, they don't need to know. It's like, you got to be questioning of that, because it's obviously in your self-interest in a lot of cases to not share something difficult in that way. But, you know, you still have to make amends for your wrongdoing. So if that doesn't include apologizing to the person directly for various reasons, because that would cause too much harm, you have to find other ways to make amends. And that can mean first off, it means making sure you don't make the same mistake again by doing all kinds of analysis or preventative measures or whatever it might be. But anyways, we're a little bit far afield here.
Into the future, you should get to know someone long enough to know that you two can tell the truth with each other, communicate, and negotiate, because the most important part of a relationship...
What is this from that he spoke for 8 minutes with no one, like, just stream of consciousness.
Relationship is the fact that you can tell each other the truth and negotiate.
Okay. So that was interesting, honestly, because I know that I'm so biased to be critical of Jordan Peterson. So I have to, you can take this with a grain of salt, but like, that seemed pretty vacuous. And I mean, I think it would be useful to someone, but they would be sort of like doing more interpreting and projecting than he's really doing explaining. And, but you know, I mean, the main takeaway that I get is like, hey, first off, there's a difference between infatuation and, you know, lasting sustainable love. You have to make sure you understand that and how to recognize the differences. You want to do your best to communicate about expectations before making commitments and make sure, you know, roles are understood. If they're ambiguous, they're ambiguous. If they're not, they're not, but communicating about them. And then he's like, don't be afraid to have children, which is like super, I don't know. I mean, like, that's helpful to someone who like just had an unintended pregnancy or something. And they're like, what do I do? You know, they have like a 2-year-old, like that could be really helpful. I think, it would probably be more helpful to like read actual like psychological science communicators talking about like raising children and stuff like that. But okay. I mean, there's a reason that was posted on a motivation channel, because it's really just like self-helpy motivation. Like, it is interesting, the line between self-help and like mental health, psychological science communication. That's sort of what I got out of that, actually, is like the line where like, am I just like blathering to make people feel some sense of almost like music to the words I'm saying, or am I communicating a concrete point? That was very stream of conscious of him and not super organized. And we're back, and we have another video to watch. This is the best relationship advice no one tells you. Another channel, another huge channel that I don't know. Mark Manson, no relation, I assume. And apparently writes articles and stuff. So let's check this stuff out. The article on his website, markmanson.net/love. Cool. Okay, so what's the author? Oh, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. Oh, that's a famous book. Wow, yeah, very successful author. I don't know. Are we talking any other? Okay, author. That's cool. Okay, a person. Everyone. We all have a right to, you know, think and write about, relationships. Obviously, you don't have to be a social worker, but I am a social worker. So let's look at oh, okay, yeah. So I guess he does like a show. All right. I believe I was just saying the other day, life is not a video game, actually. Wow. So I should just do that. I should just post a video that's like the uncomfortable truth of life. Like, that's what they're all doing. And you can just do that, and then people will just watch it. YouTube will pump it out there. You know, it just can't be a 5-hour video of like me reacting to like 10 YouTube videos, you know. Cool. Okay, so this is the video we're going to watch. Okay, that was slightly useful to spend the last few minutes looking at his channel, because now we get some context. This is from 2 years ago. That's funny. How to be miserable and ruin your life. That's a good idea to, you know, reverse psychology. Okay, I'm going to just cut out what was just now a 10+ minute sort of sidestep of looking at his channel and watching a 4-year-old video about Elon Musk and a recent video about intellectuals. But it was, anyways, I got a little bit of context. Let's just see what Mark says about relationships. Yeah.
In 1967, John Lennon wrote a song called All You Need Is Love. He also beat both of his wives, abandoned one of his children, verbally abused his gay Jewish manager with homophobic and anti-Semitic slurs, and once had a camera crew film him lying in bed for an entire day.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is totally off topic, but like that last one did not fit with the rest of them. What the heck was that about? That was like a list of like abuse and neglect and like harassment, and then it just ended with them lying in bed for a day. Like, you think he was harassing the cameraman? That one's smiling. What? That was really bizarre. But it's a good point otherwise.
35 years later, Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails wrote a song called Love Is Not Enough. Reznor, despite being famous for his shocking stage performances and his disturbing videos, got clean from all drugs and alcohol, married one woman, had children with her, and then canceled entire albums and tours so that he could stay home and be a good husband and father. One of these two men had a clear and realistic understanding of love.
That's a great point. And it's a great point. It's a very important point. Love is not enough, and I would say I've learned that through my loving relationships I've been in. It's enough for something, but when I say love is not enough, I mean like it's not necessarily enough to make a like love and romantic feeling and loving connection is not necessarily sufficient to this long-term sustainability of a intimate relationship. You know, so it all depends on, there are other factors that affect sustainability, you know, like, do you have the right sort of composition of the two of you? What's the word I'm looking for? Are you the right chemistry, the right sort of combination of features, you know, are your paths going different ways and so on? So there's just other things. But love is all you need in other respects. So it depends on the context. It's not, there's no point in like making one strict interpretation. But this is a great way to start the video because it's just interesting. Great, very interesting point to start with.
One of them did not. One of these men idealized love as the solution to all problems. One of them did not. One of these men was probably a narcissistic asshole. One of them was not. In our culture, many of us idealize love. We see it as some kind of lofty cure-all for all of our life's problems. Our movies and stories and history all celebrate it as life's ultimate goal, the final solution for pain and struggle.
Did you have to use the phrase final solution in that sentence, Mark? I mean, I agree with the criticism. I have a whole video criticizing Grease.
We understand that there are more important things in our lives and relationships than simply being in love. This, in my opinion, is the best piece of relationship advice that no one ever tells you.
I think it's great. That's a great piece of advice. I totally agree.
That relationships should be based on more than merely just feelings. Love is a touchy subject, so to make sure I'm not crazy and I'm not getting divorced, I asked my wife to sit down with me and have a short conversation about love. So,
oh,
already
speaking Portuguese.
Just kidding. So we've been together for over 11 years and we're still happy.
Very.
Okay. Just checking. What percentage of our relationship success would you attribute to love?
I'll take 50.
That's a great question. A nice neutral way to phrase it. What percent of our relationship success would you attribute to love? It's a great question.
50?
Yeah.
What would the other 50 be?
Well, commitment, the ability to grow together.
Yeah.
Values.
Great.
Values are actually, I think it's
I love how she described that. Very simple and elegantly described.
the biggest one.
I think I would go like 30 or 40.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I think values would probably be
Not
the
a big
biggest one.
difference.
Values would probably be 50, and then trust is probably...
I guess it is a big difference if you're saying it's less than the majority versus it's like about equal, you know. What does it mean to say that? Does it mean the emotion is less important? Are we talking about the emotion? I'm actually, in my writing, you know what? I'm not sure the word love actually even comes up that much. Because I'm talking about relationships. Let me look in all my notes. I think here it is. I have a lot of Google Docs. A lot of notes. How many words? I'm not going to pull it up now because it's too many notes. So out of 9,000 words, the word love comes up. Oh, a few times. Okay. Maslow says it. Love relations. Maslow says it again. Mark Epstein. I use it. Oh, okay, yeah, that book has love in the title. Yeah, that's true. Oh, that other book has love in the title, the Yalom book. I only used a few quotes from that. So yeah, I'm just seeing how much it's about love. Okay, that other book has love in the title that I used once. Oh, here, I found my own quote where I wrote, good, healthy relationships seem to require that people raise their awareness of themselves and the other/others as much as they can so that their decisions best build the relationship overall. And then I write, love is just one part of what's needed for a healthy relationship. Love without awareness is not as healthy or good and is arguably less loving. Good point, me. So yeah, the word love does come up in my notes a lot, actually. So yeah. So yeah, I think but what does it mean? You know, I would say it's an emotion and a behavior. It's sort of like when I was talking about like what forgiveness is in the shrinking video. It's like, you know, it's sort of like it's an emotion, a mental state, and a behavior, sort of.
Big is love for me. So love is not enough.
No.
Well, who's to say 50% is enough? What's the amount that is enough, actually? Because you have how much it constitutes, but do you need 50% of a relationship? That's an interesting thing too. Each person probably has a different amount of what they need to be fulfilled. If we're talking about, this is sort of fulfillment essentially, and what creates the fulfillment of a relationship or the success of it, which you would say is a function of the fulfillment, and whether people stay in it is a function of the fulfillment in broad sense. So like people probably have different levels at which when the fulfillment drops below this, you know, and the efficacy of the relationship. Because some people might expect a relationship to be super fulfilling, 90%. Not just that they expect love to be 90% of the relationship or something, but that they expect the relationship to have 90% of what it could have. Like, I don't think that's crazy. Like, if you're asking, you know, I would want to be, you know, I'd want to have each of these categories be mostly full, right? You know, so overall, I mean, yeah. But how much of it has to be love versus... So he just thinks values are super important. What does he mean by that? Can we flesh that out a little bit?
It turns out that things like trust and respect and aligned values matter far more than the passion or romance that we're experiencing. People don't like to...
Is he citing? It turns out according to what?
Hear this because it shits all over the fairy tales and rom-coms they grew up with. So just to make sure
He's obviously going to cite research on it.
Ruin your Sunday completely, here are 3 harsh truths about love and why they matter to you. The first one is love does not equal compatibility.
I thought the first one was that love is not always enough. What?
My opinion is the best piece of relationship advice that no one ever tells you. That relationships should be based on more than merely just feeling.
So I thought that was number 1. Oh, and he is talking about love as a feeling. But love would be definitely, you have to think of it as a behavior as well. You could probably say it's a cognition as well. So it's a cognitive, emotional, behavioral phenomenon, you would have to say. Sociological, you could add spiritual, you know. I just am confused about the structure of this video. I thought number 1 was love is not enough.
Love does not equal compatibility.
Okay, I guess that is love is not enough. He's just rephrasing it. I'm just like, what? It was already rephrased with the title. Okay, whatever. Okay, that is number 1.
Then were entered into purely on the basis of emotion. We felt that spark, and so we just dove in head first.
Yeah, I would say like like in any part of your life, you have to separate your emotion from your action. So you can feel amazing, but that doesn't mean you have to commit to something. You know, there's other factors to take into account.
That he's a born-again Christian alcoholic.
Just like you could feel angry, and it doesn't mean you're allowed to be violent, you know, or whatever. Or it's a smart idea to be violent, or whatever, you know.
Like, and she's an LSD dropping bisexual. It just feels right. And then 6 months later, when she's throwing all this shit onto the lawn, and he's praying to Jesus 12 times a day for her salvation, they look around and they wonder, where did it go wrong? The truth is, it went wrong before it even began.
Okay. Yeah, so that was sort of a point that was brought up in that previous video, that you got to choose right. Props to the editor, really had to scour for footage.
Yes, you want to find someone who makes your heart flutter and your farts smell like cherry popsicles, but you also need to evaluate a person's values. How do they treat themselves? How do they treat people close to them?
For sure.
What are their ambitions? What is their worldview in general? Because if you fall in love with someone who is in...
It's just hard to separate like how they treat people from your love for them sometimes. But yeah, I mean, things don't have to be perfectly separate, but yeah, you want to, you know. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, you have to perceive all these other things. Are they? I'm just confused about the bookshelf. Are they all his book? I don't know.
What do you think we have gotten right that your previous relationships got wrong?
I think it was very important to learn from the mistakes of previous relationships and not repeat those.
Yeah.
For me, the biggest one was the ability to communicate what I want and how I feel.
Totally.
And you were very open to listen, so that also helps.
That's a great point too. We've been talking about open communication and yeah, how you need to be receptive to it as well. Sort of first video, the German guy sort of touched on that too.
I think for me, the biggest mistakes in my previous relationships was not being aligned on, I guess, long-term goals or long-term visions.
For
and this
sure.
kind of ties into values. Like,
Yes,
we
it
loved
is.
each
It's the same thing.
other, we had fun together, but our visions for our lives were very divergent. They went to different places.
Harsh truth number 2. Love does not solve relationship problems. My first girlfriend and I, we were madly in love with each other.
Okay,
We
that's
also
really similar to number 1. That's what?
Relationship problems. My first girlfriend and I, we were madly in love with each other. We also lived in different cities, had no money to go see each other, had families who disliked each of us, and went through weekly bouts of meaningless drama and fighting on the phone. And every time we fought, we'd come back to each other the next day.
Because they were probably like blaming each other and projecting things as we do, especially when we're young and stuff.
Make up and remind each other how crazy we were for one another and that none of those little problems matter because OMG, we are so in love and it will work out and everything will be great. Just you wait and see. Our love made us feel like we were regularly overcoming our issues.
Okay, this guy does bits. It's kind of nice.
When on every practical level, absolutely nothing was getting solved. The big lesson I took away from it was this. While love might make you feel better about your problems, it doesn't actually solve your relationship.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's like the same as number 1 for sure. But it would be cool also if he said it also doesn't solve your other problems.
And see, this is how toxic relationships work. The roller coaster of emotions is, well, intoxicating. Each high feeling even more important than valid
roller coaster. I see what he means, yeah.
than the one before. But unless there's a stable and practical foundation beneath each of your feet, that rising tide of emotion is eventually going to come and sweep everything away.
Holy shit! I want to break up.
That is so funny. I didn't realize. Yeah, no, it's totally fair to show this. It's totally fair to show this. That is hilarious. I'm sorry. I've never seen this clip before. Oh no. He said he wanted to break up on the roller coaster. So yeah, this is a great analogy for like you don't want to act from your immediate emotion. It's like very confusing to be shown in this video because he's using roller coaster as a metaphor for like the rise and fall of emotions, but what this clip is actually very useful for in explaining a sort of adjacent point is that when you're feeling strong emotions or sensations, it's not the best time to make a significant life-altering decision, or even less significantly, you have to moderate how you communicate so you can, you know, not cause further harm, unnecessary harm. And so in this case, like, I mean, he should have just waited until after the roller coaster. And this sort of clip sort of portrays to such a hilariously extreme extent how we sometimes will just act on a present sensation. Now, did he actually want to break up? I guess, probably. But like, I can't imagine that was the best time to do it. So let's just watch that one more time.
I want to break up. I want to break up.
Is this a show? That's got to be from a TV show. Okay, sorry. I'm like so out of the loop. I don't know.
Usually not worth sacrificing yourself.
love is never worth sacrificing yourself for. If we're talking about sacrificing yourself in a serious way, that's actually kind of a key point that I'll be covering as well. To me, I'll be covering this key point of like avoiding selfishness and also equally importantly, avoiding sacrificing yourself. So yeah, I definitely agree.
One of the defining characteristics of loving somebody is that you are able to actually think outside of yourself and your own needs to help care for another person and their needs as well.
What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
But the question that doesn't get asked enough is, what are you sacrificing? And is this worth it? Because in loving relationships, it's normal for both people to occasionally sacrifice their own desires or needs or wants for one another. I would argue that this is completely healthy and a big part of actually what makes a relationship great. But
Totally. And that's a point that I'm absolutely interested in as well, and very true.
When it comes to sacrificing one's self-respect, one's dignity, one's physical body, one's ambitions,
or even like sacrificing your needs, like even talking about the same thing he was just talking about, but there is a degree of putting your needs aside that becomes self-sacrifice at a certain point. So it goes from normal to abnormal in just some point on the spectrum. So even, these traits obviously, but to his previous point, it's a stronger point to clarify. Even keeping that same category constant of looking at that of your needs, there's a point where it becomes self-sacrifice and not just normal, healthy exchange of needs prioritization.
Identity just to be with someone, then that same love becomes toxic and destructive. A loving relationship is supposed to supplement your individual identity, not damage it or replace it. If we find ourselves in situations where we are...
I would definitely say it's meant to like expand. I feel like he's using the wrong word. I don't think he even means supplement. Define supplement. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. I didn't know what this word meant. You learn something new every day. Big L. I will take a big L on that one.
Replace it. If we find ourselves in situations where we are tolerating disrespectful or abusive behavior, then that's essentially what we're doing. And if we're not careful, it will leave us a shell of the person we once were.
So last question. What is the best relationship advice you have gotten?
That's a tough one because I don't think I ever got good relationship advice.
That's true. There's a lot of bad advice out there.
The biggest lesson I learned, it was from watching other people's relationships, and especially my parents' relationship, which was really bad. And from those, I learned what not to do and what I didn't want.
Yeah, learning by counterexample is a really good point. I haven't thought much about that, or for my project, but yeah.
My relationship.
One of the things that's great about getting married is that old people start just giving you unsolicited marriage advice. And I remember a lot of my older family members, the thing they all told me was friendship is most important.
Totally, and that's in the research as well and in the literature, absolutely, and I totally agree. Totally agree. I think the line between romance and friendship is very ambiguous in some sense, in terms of like what it feels like sometimes, but also especially in terms of just like what a healthy friendship and what a healthy romantic relationship look like, I already said feel like, look like, and what their qualities are. Yeah.
I remember my Aunt Linda telling me this. She said, if you're going to be together for 50 years, you're going to go through periods where maybe you don't like each other or you're driving each other crazy or you're working on different things. But as long as you're still friends, you'll always be able to come back together.
No, I would say friendship is an inherent part of love. I wouldn't say it's more important. This guy feels the need to like put things above love.
I found that to definitely be true in our case.
Linda's so wise.
She's so wise.
Why do we tolerate behavior in our romantic relationships that we would never, ever tolerate in our friendships? Imagine if your
great point, yeah,
best friend moved into your house.
And why do we act certain ways in one type of relationship that we would never do in another?
And then they think, maybe if we have a kid, it will get better. And then they have a kid, and it gets worse. And then they think, maybe if we go into tons of debt and buy a really gigantic house, maybe then things will get better. Spoiler alert, it gets worse. The only way to truly enjoy the love in your life is to make something else more important than the love in your life.
How do we feel about the captions thing? It's kind of interesting. I'm starting to notice a pattern with these captions on these channels. Should I do that every now and then? The only way to truly enjoy the love in your life is to make something else more important than the love in your life. I feel like you're taking it a bit far here. But that is an interesting question and something that's come up that I want to spend more time on. The question of, is your relationship, especially like your romantic committed relationship, if we're talking about those, is that meant to be your top priority always? I mean, you know, not like if your house is burning down, are you supposed to go, you know, get your partner food instead of putting out the fire or something? But like, in the sense that like in any reasonable situation where you're deciding between options, you should prioritize the option relating to like the needs of your partner over, you know, others. So it's just an interesting question, and this guy seems to be taking a very strong stance that against that. I found one or two books so far that have said, you know, it does have to be the most important thing. I don't know if that's like a prescriptive thing or more of a descriptive thing where they're like, that's how people seem to act, but sort of similar regardless. So yeah, I guess let me know what you think.
Love is not unique. It's not special. It's not scarce. But your self-respect is. And so is your dignity. And so is your ability to trust people. There can potentially be many, many loves throughout your life, but you only get to lose your self-respect or your dignity once.
That's not true. And I don't. There are these unnecessary points that are take away from it. Like, that's weird and not true. It's just a good point that you don't have to give up your self-respect for love. It's just these sort of weird side points are not necessary or good.
They are very hard to get back. Love is a wonderful experience. Don't get me wrong. If love was a restaurant on Yelp, I would give it 5 stars. It's one of the greatest experiences life has to offer, and it is something that everybody should feel at some point and enjoy. But like any other experience, it can also be healthy or unhealthy. We cannot let it consume us. We cannot sacrifice our identities or self-worth to it. Because the moment we do that, we lose love and we lose ourselves.
Okay, this is very helpful for me to watch because I do like basically what he's saying is something that I would want to cover too. And it's useful to see, okay, even in this 11-minute video from 2 years ago from a guy who's like, just like a sort of general like self-improvement and like perspective on the world, like that he's covered this. So many people have obviously covered this. So I probably don't, you know, I don't need to spend too much time on that point, I guess, and find my own way. This is really helpful. I'm just trying to figure out how to find my own way to explain my perspective that is not really just like wasting people's time, because people can hear this stuff anywhere. But that was interesting, and yeah, you know, the roller coaster was funny. So, okay, so great. I think that's it for right now. All right, so back in action here. By the way, just wanted a quick follow up. The previous video's thumbnail was like, I mean, it was just like love sucks. I mean, that video's thumbnail was just like, love sucks. I mean, the video tried to be more subtle and say, oh, it's just that love's 30% of what's necessary instead of 60 or 50, you know, or 100, you know, but the thumbnail then has to feels like it has to be like, love sucks, which is not at all what his point was. So what the heck? Anyways. Next up, we're going to watch a therapist video, actually. So they say, this will ruin your life. 10 years as a therapist. Cool. I'm actually very interested in looking at their webpage too. But let's try to get let's see what they're about first.
Are you listening to me? The wrong partner can absolutely ruin your life. And I've seen this time and time again with clients. They steal years of your time. The best years of your life potentially. You can feel trapped, you can lose your sense of self. It can totally derail all your hopes, your dreams, your wishes for the future.
Okay, so same idea we've already seen a few times, but worthy one, the importance of choosing your partner, choosing the right partner for you.
Future things that you wanted to accomplish, they can become like a dead weight that is just weighing you down, making you less of yourself, burdening you in every single possible way. You forget who you even were. It can threaten your growth. It can dim everything that makes you uniquely you. The wrong partner is absolutely the worst thing that can happen to you if you are not selective with who you let into your space.
Okay, so it's not happening to you, it's a choice, right? That's enough. Let's dig into, I mean, we're going to watch the rest, but let's look at their channel. So they wear the sort of dark Yankees hat in every, I mean, go Yanks, you know what I mean? They're cool. You know, nothing wrong with the Yanks, but cool. a therapist. Okay, so if we go to their link, there's sort of, you can get one-on-one. Okay. 10 years client experience, bachelor's in psychology. Oh, NLP, I mean. So a bachelor's and then in psychology with trainings in these things. I don't know where you're based, but in the United States, I don't know if having a bachelor's in psychology and these trainings allows you to be calling yourself a therapist. I'm not saying you have to be a therapist to help people, obviously. Whoa, one of these questions is, have you ever been given any diagnoses or labels in the past? Mental health, neurodivergence, or otherwise? If so, feel free to share, only if you're comfortable. This just helps me understand how you may have been previously supported or misunderstood. What? What? Yeah, it's probably like NLP. It sounds like NLP. So, okay. That's cool. He records in the rain even. That's dope. We should watch that next.
Who you choose to do life with, it can absolutely make you miserable. And I have seen this over and over and over. You do not want to be living your life filled with regrets because you got tied to the wrong person. You didn't feel resourced to be able to do anything about it. The wrong person absolutely sabotages the entire trajectory of your life. If you meet the wrong person at the wrong time in your life, all those ambitions and visions and things that you wanted for your life can be completely derailed.
Okay. Got it.
And that is in no way, shape, or form an exaggeration. There needs to be more education on what they look out for in relational dynamics, to be able to understand toxic behaviour, see the signs, and also to be resourced to be able to deal with this and navigate and exit them situations safely, because too many people lose their whole trajectory of their lives. They end up stuck to people that they should never have been with in the first place. And the impact of that on their nervous system and on their mental health is shocking.
Sure.
And this is the thing, I've seen it over and over and over and over again. And it's a long recovery to come back to yourself. And it starts with the awareness of, why am I even with this person in the first place? Because the one thing that stands out to me so much...
Yeah, when we're talking about choices, we're talking about something that is judgment sensitive, as T.M. Scanlon puts it when he talks in his book about morality, called What We Owe to Each Other. He talks about... judgment sensitive attitudes. So not things like hunger and thirst, which are not judgment sensitive. They don't, you can't really think yourself out of being hungry or thirsty. But, anything, anger, emotions, intentions. I'm trying to learn more about it, but I just read the book, and the idea being like there are some aspects of your mental life that are more within your control and some that aren't. And so when we're talking about choices, we're talking about learning to hone how you affect the parts of your mind that you can affect. Why
am I even with this person in the first place? Because the one thing...
And understanding your reasons for your actions is a big part of like building more and more ability to use your consciousness effectively. Because you're trying to, like, that's just a great way to use it, because, like, we live in worlds of cause and effect, as we talked about in a previous video. And so, like, reason is your sort of, like, guide in understanding cause and effect. And it's the way we sort through things and make sense of, like, why we do things the way we do them. So we always have reasons for the things we do or don't do, and if we give a lot of attention to them, we can sort through our motivations and our intentions and our feelings and so on, and make sense of like where do we intervene if we want to change the process to some extent. So so I'm just elaborating in my own version of what sort of he's saying.
Thing that stands out to me so much is people intuitively know on some level I shouldn't be with this person, and yet they ignore them signals. That can sometimes be down to trauma, it can sometimes be down to their nervous system.
Sure, yeah, we were talking about the intuition earlier. Which video was that? They're all blending together. Oh yeah, it was the guy in his room.
But on a level we know that we shouldn't be with this person, and you have to take ownership of the fact that When I choose to be with the wrong person because I'm afraid I don't want to be on my own, I'm worried about what other people think, or I've got a scarcity mindset around dating or whatever it is, or I'm just afraid to leave for whatever reason, what I'm not changing, I'm choosing. And that can cost me the best years of my life. It can cost you your happiness, your career, your future safety. There's so many things that it can cost you, but
This is the end of the video?
have to recognize, like, you should never ever stay with somebody that you know is wrong for you.
Sure. Okay, this will ruin your life, staying with someone who's the wrong fit. Okay, that's true. Let's check out this next one.
I have seen this so many times with clients over the years. It is ridiculous how often this shows up in relationships. Even in the dating phase, the signs are there very early on. There is a big difference between somebody being caring and being considerate and mindful of your personal safety and the spaces and places that you move, and somebody being jealous, insecure and controlling and wrapping that up and positioning that as love. The two things aren't the same.
Totally. That's a great point. Love is not control.
People become attracted to each other based on certain traits. Like, your partner might be with you, the person you're dating might be into you because you're very bubbly, you're very open, you're very communicative. And at the same time, they might be terrified of losing you. And then what ends up happening is they start to shame, criticize, belittle, and demean you for very normal things like interacting and engaging with other people. Their insecurities get the better of them. They project that jealousy out. And then that starts to be used to justify some very, very dark, sinister, and abusive behavior. Somebody should not be belittling you for very normal things like talking to people, for how you look, for where you're going, for very basic things that they wanted you for at the beginning, the traits that drew them to you in the first place, because they're making you smaller on their terms because it allows them to feel like they're in control, but they're
Totally. I mean, I can't argue with that. Yeah, that definitely happens.
that those behaviors are rooted in their insecurities. Jealousy is very often rooted on unmet needs, but also a layer deeper than that, there can also be insecurity. The fear of losing control, the fear of losing the other person. If you have to manipulate, shame, criticize, and demean the person that you're with to stop them from showing up and engaging with other people, then that's not a relationship that you should be in because the trust isn't there.
Yeah.
If you're using this...
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult situations that come up in relationships where, like, one person just, like, doesn't trust the other person or something. It's a real conflict point where it's challenging to get past, and people have to kind of stay calm as best they can. It's like, whoa, you actually don't trust me? The person who is not trusted needs to express their feelings about that and also hear out why they are not trusted. And try to maximize the honesty and, optimize the truthiness, to work out, okay, well, what do we do? Was someone wronged? Is there amends? Is there growth? Is there rupture? What do we got? But it's not easy. I mean, there's always complications to everything.
Behavior and all these jealous traits and things that are emerging in you to justify treating your partner in a certain way. You're the person that has to do the work, or you need to reflect on why are you even choosing this dynamic in the first place, because this is a pattern that's going to sabotage your relationships going forward.
It's very interesting how he has the sleeve and the knuckles and then nothing on the other side. That's quite a vibe.
Going to be a different partner, but the same pattern over and over and over again. And if you're finding that you're in relationships with these kinds of partners and you're in the receiving end of it, then you need to recognize this is a standard that you're not going to accept for yourself going forward. You need to be with somebody that can be self-assured, that can be confident, that can be securely attached enough to be with you, to trust you, to actually create the space for your authentic self to come out, that actually trusts you in spaces and places around different people without having to be having a meltdown and panicking and then naming, shaming, criticizing, belittling and demeaning you because they think you're up to no good, because their insecurities got the better of them. Somebody going absolutely bananas because you had a conversation with somebody and they inferred a tone or they inferred a meaning that wasn't there is not a justification for letting their jealousy get out of control. What you allow is what will continue.
I was just looking at this thing that was linked in the description and I'm like, what is it actually though? Is it a PDF or like an MP4? Doesn't say. I'm just like literally, what is it? I mean, I'm not trying to be I'm just curious. I'm very curious in what people do. Does it say? I just wish it said, oh, it's an MP4, it's it's a PowerPoint, it's all good. I'm trying to get into the market, tell me what you're doing. Yeah, and then the one-on-one sessions, did we look at the cost before? I was curious. Testimonials, email, relationship recovery. Yeah, this is what we saw before. Does it say the cost? It doesn't. So that's a key thing. Gotta say the cost before people, sign up. That's my opinion.
As I said, this is somebody trying to wrap up being caring and considerate as love, and it's not that. It becomes control, it becomes manipulative, and your zone of comfort and your sense of self will get smaller and smaller and smaller until it becomes suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking specifically about men or seemingly, I don't know, maybe it's not gendered. Yeah, I thought he was using some gendered language, but he's talking about situations where it's one person in an unhealthy relationship with someone else, and that someone else is, expressing jealousy and, possessiveness and controlling behaviors. And this happens, and it's a good thing to talk about. And men should have or anyone, maybe I think maybe he's talking to anyone, people should have this information. So.
And that is not a standard that you can accept for yourself from any partner. If you're the person that's on this and you're trying to control and coerce and shape your partner into somebody that they're not, you're fighting a losing battle. You need to give up on that from the word go. Because obviously there's some deeper rooted stuff you need to reflect on within yourself.
Totally.
And if you're the person that's in the receiving end of this, you have to recognize, why am I choosing this? If I'm not changing it, I'm choosing it. Either I have resonated with this partner, I've allowed this to happen, or I have found myself in this pattern, and this is something that's not for my highest good.
So yeah, I guess that's like an expression. If you're not changing it, you're choosing it. Yeah, I mean, I would just say choice works, in a positive and negative sense, or I would say more clearly, neglecting to do things can itself be a choice, and
It's affect my confidence.
If you're not changing it, you're choosing it is a bit too absolute, because I mean, you could not be changing things because you can't change it, I guess, but I don't know, maybe I'm interpreting.
I'm not able to express myself freely, I'm not able to show up as my authentic self, then this is not a dynamic that you should be in. You need a partner where there's full safety, trust, respect, and care, and consistency that's there. And obviously, there's going to be context and nuance to some of these conversations, but jealousy, possessiveness can never be shown as love. It can't be. You can't start justifying that to reason away some really, really inappropriate behaviors.
100%. 100%. I totally agree. It doesn't justify anything to say, oh, it was done out of love. I mean, like, intentions can matter to the extent of, like, some situations. Maybe they balance out with the negative consequences of an action, but it's not going to be a significant mitigating factor if someone's done something wrong. The fact that they did it out of love is usually just going to feel super messed up. If they genuinely did something wrong, that's not going to be a justification at all. Like, I could, just to use a stupid example, but it's from like the media I talk about on my channel, like shrinking. These two friends have a business together, Liz and Sean. Liz thinks Sean wants to have the business with his dad, so out of love or of some kind, she sells her stake in the business to Sean's dad without even asking Sean. Sean gets super upset. So you could say she was doing it out of love. This is not possessiveness and controlling, but it does have that principle. And so you wouldn't be criticizing it insofar as it was done out of love. You would be criticizing it insofar as it was not taking into account the thoughts and consent of Sean. So you would it's just often irrelevant and not a justifying factor at all whether something was done with good intention.
If you're the person struggling with the jealousy and the insecurity, seek help. Or explore what's underneath it. Why is this circle?
I say jealousy is just like any other emotion. It's not like wrong to feel it, but you shouldn't act on it in unhealthy ways, Why are you jealous? You're dating someone super hot, and so like everyone loves them and stuff, and so you're super jealous when you're out with them. Like, why? You know what I mean? Why? That's on you, and you have to take accountability for that and try to understand. It's nothing to take action on and, you know, make your partner modify their behavior in any way to serve your, you know, to validate this feeling or something. So, well, I guess in response to what I just said, you could say, well, isn't like hurt or anger an emotion? And if someone's feeling those things, like, does that mean, you know, it's not because of anyone else's behavior and they should just look within themselves? No. And like, there are things that I guess I shouldn't have simplified it so much. There are things that can cause jealousy that are like behaviors need to be modified. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm jealous because you are spending all your time with like your, you know, coworkers and stuff. You know, that's like valid. And it's like, oh shit, okay, you know. So it's just like any emotion. It's the emotion's valid, but then the interpretations and what you do from it is a totally different question. And with jealousy, just like any emotion, there's going to be a lot of those interpretations that are totally valid. And there will be some that aren't. Like, there are times when your partner can be hurt or angry, hurt by something you did, or angry with you, and that's actually not your fault. That is conceivable. And emotions don't inherently imply wrongdoing. And there can be other ways to move on from things that involve, you know, usually involves mutual understanding, even if it doesn't involve amends and so on. But it has to involve mutual understanding if it's the relationship's going to continue.
You need to resource yourself to be able to navigate that or else exit that dynamic, because it's not a safe container for you to be in. In the context of somebody intentionally playing on your insecurities, intentionally trying to make you jealous, you have to see them for who they are. You have to see the whole purpose, the whole person. You have to see the intention behind the behavior. Somebody that loves you would not be playing on your jealousy.
Yeah,
somebody
that's
that
not
loves
cool.
you would not be pushing your buttons to provoke you. Somebody that loves you would not be going out of their way to disrespect you.
As we talked about, or as that guy talked about in the first video, the German guy talking about, you know, it's why would you ever like torture the person you're with? He was like talking to the red pill guys.
Treat you in a certain way, whether it's to demean you, shame you, humiliate you, try and provoke a reaction to get a sense of control. That's, again, already an indicator you're in a relationship with somebody that doesn't value, love, trust, and respect you. And I think there's a lot of scope in these conversations and nuance for this to be taken a certain way, but that's my take on it. I think if somebody is intentionally making you jealous, that's not a scenario that you should be staying in. If you know that you have a pattern of...
Definitely. That's very, very sadistic. That would be like someone intentionally making you sad.
Trying to make the person jealous, I would be looking at what's underneath that. Why are you feeling that that's the strategy that you have to rely on? What is it in you? What need are you trying to meet from that person? Are you trying to be seen? Are you trying to be chosen? Are you trying to be prioritized? Is this a game? Is this something that you're even unconsciously doing or consciously doing? There's a whole load that needs to be unpacked here. But you also have to recognize this is a very destructive pattern. It will not get you what you want. If anything, all it's going to do is create more tension, more resentment, more drama. And that ultimately sabotages the relationship over time. It doesn't really get you.
Yeah, totally. Well said. That was nice. And that was an interesting channel to look at for sure. Rurari. Here's another video. This video is called Advice Ruining Your Perspective on Relationships. So it's kind of a confusing title, honestly. Advice Ruining Your Perspective on Relationships. Oh, okay. It's about advice, so it's kind of meta because we've been looking at advice. Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna be the first to admit that this is about to be super ironic, considering the medium I'm using to deliver this message. So, as to preserve a shred of dignity, I must say that for argument's sake, this is not relationship advice. This is just a bro yapping on the internet, so take whatever you will from the things I'm about to say. The dating world can be a tricky, confusing mess to navigate, especially more so with how prevalent social media is in our lives. Since almost everyone is on some form of social media or another, it is quite easy for an idea to spark a flame and spread like wildfire.
Okay, so far so good. We're just getting kind of a general introduction to, this is not about relationships. This is about people talking about relationships. So Let's see.
And while it can be quite a fascinating phenomenon when you wake up one day and all of a sudden everyone on your feed is memeing on cave divers squeezing through the smallest spaces possible, it can be quite dangerous when the thing that's going viral isn't some harmless haha this is funny meme, but instead an opinion that is solicited as advice. And the reason this is dangerous is because, in the most respectful way possible, most people don't really think for themselves anymore. Y'all are the exception though, since you guys are willing to watch your boy over here yap about his thoughts. Have I told y'all how cool you guys are?
So true. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cool. So, you know, little bit more subscribers than me, 57.6. You know, wow, I'm a dope person.
Most people don't really take the time to process the information they receive. They just take it at face value and roll with it. So many people liked it for a reason. Everyone must agree with what they're saying. I keep seeing this same opinion being talked about by other people, so it must be true. Everyone just be hopping on opinions like it's a trend or because it's cool. And I don't think that's necessarily healthy for one's mental development. But most people don't care because they don't want to take the time to really think and process things.
I think that's true, but it's not the whole truth. Like, we're sort of incentivized to be that way. We have limited free time, and like we're bombarded by stimuli.
Before I start yapping, I do want to say that there is one piece of advice that I wholeheartedly agree with, and that is to build yourself up to be the best version of yourself you can possibly be. If you spend your time chasing butterflies, they'll simply fly away. But if you spend your time building a beautiful garden, the butterflies will come. And even if they don't, well, at least you still have a beautiful garden.
Oh, that was a really good metaphor analogy, and I like that a lot. If you came up with that, you know what? Give a subscribe. So we got a good analogy. It involves flowers, but it's more creative than just about plucking and watering. It's more next level. So
here's a notorious phrase that gets people extremely pressed on both sides of the argument. If they wanted to, they would. It has a nice ring to it, right? Upon first impression, it's kind of sound advice. At surface level, this saying implies that if someone wanted to put in the effort for you, they would have already. You shouldn't have to ask them, because if they truly valued you and are
I'm excited to hear this point.
Taking you seriously, they would have already been putting in the effort for you. It's a simple, easy to remember saying that serves as a litmus test for finding higher quality relationships. It also reminds you to value yourself and to stop chasing something that's one-sided. Neat, right? Problem is, this is only really sound advice when taken in a vacuum, because it fails to consider context and nuance in human relationships. Let's process and break this down with a hypothetical scenario. Hey.
Yeah, and I definitely think there are a lot of situations where, like, both people are thinking, if they wanted to, they would, you know.
Let's process and break this down with a hypothetical scenario. Hey, it would make me happier if you called me more. We don't really get to talk much when we're not together, and it feels like I'm always the one calling you. Oh, okay, I can do that. Are you just saying that because I asked you to? Well, yeah. So you don't actually want to. You're only agreeing because I asked. I do want to. That's why I agreed. Well then, if you wanted to, why haven't you already? All right, let's pause right here. Who is in the wrong?
Right. The person who's being a jerk about it, like the one asking. Because at the end of the day, without any further context, like just because it was brought up in that way, if there was reason to be that upset, then they shouldn't have brought it up in that way. They should have started by saying, hey, I'm kind of upset. Because it sort of felt like they fooled their friend and dropped it on them afterwards, after they already agreed. But it does, hurt when someone doesn't reach out at all. And it's good to try to get them to budge a little bit, but I also give up after a certain point. Because I do believe that it's true that if someone wanted to, they would. But that doesn't justify necessarily making someone feel bad about not having wanted to and would, not having had done things already.
Actually, a trick question. Because
is that really going to help, sustain the relationship to make them punished and so on?
The answer is that there's not enough context to know for sure. What's dangerous about the if they wanted to, they would mentality is that it feeds off your insecurities and makes you draw hasty conclusions without taking in the full context. It tells you that the reason why they don't call or text is because they don't care about you enough. Because how hard is it to take a little bit of time out of your day to call and say hello?
Right, but it's twisted logic, not always true at all, personalizing, making assumptions, so yeah. For sure, this is a great point.
Shoot a quick text that shows they're thinking of you. If they truly care enough, it shouldn't be that hard, right? If they wanted to do it, they would have already. But because they haven't, what does that mean? That you're not that important to them, that they're bored of you, that they have a roster of people they're talking to, and you're just one of many on the list. What it doesn't tell you is that they're busy and have a life outside of you. And the fact that they even answer at all when you call shows that they're making the time for you. It fails to make you consider that maybe they do want to call or text you, but they don't know what to say, so they hold themselves back as to not make things.
Yeah, and I might be like a bit older than this person maybe, but I would also say like, and we're only halfway through the video, but like even when this is so true and it's nothing personal, it's still understandable to be hurt, even not in this like excessively personalizing way. But it is also understandable to change your expectations of the person. To me, the best way I deal with my hurt when someone doesn't meet my expectations is by altering my expectations to some extent. It gives me a feeling of control, I think, and I try to be reasonable about it and not like, excessive. Yeah.
A common argument associated with this mentality is that you shouldn't have to ask for the bare minimum. You shouldn't have to keep telling your partner what to do. They're your partner in love, after all, not some child that needs constant guidance and direction, which I believe is a valid sentiment, but only to a certain extent. Let me ask you this. What is the bare minimum? What you'll realize is that it's subjective. Sure, maybe some are more obvious than others, like...
Yeah. Great point. And this is actually probably a slight rephrasing of like a pretty central thing that I'm curious about. It sort of gets down to like what are reasonable expectations and what are basic needs that are applicable like to your partner. It's an interesting question. So like that question of like do they have to be your top priority? Is just like one aspect of that. You have to love your BFGF.
It should be a given to be loyal to your partner. It's kind of crazy if you have to explain to them that cheating is bad. And then there are others which seem...
Michael Scott on The Office. You cheated on me when I specifically asked you not to?
Like a given, but can be narrowed down even further, such as respect and kindness. Because if you think about it, what does respect and kindness entail? Is it supporting
I could do like a video about toxic relationships that's all about Jan and Michael.
Partner in whatever they do, or is it being real with them so that they don't end up getting hurt in the future? Is it showering them with compliments or saying I love you only when you're really feeling the moment so that those words don't lose their value? It differs from person to person. If it was an objective, binary truth, then couple arguments wouldn't exist and top 5 red flag videos wouldn't be so popular.
Great point. Absolutely.
As such, you really gotta ask yourself, are you really asking for the bare minimum, or are you asking them to love you in the way you want to be loved?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times if people say that they're asking for the bare minimum, what they are missing is that it's a very particular situation. And even though it's like a totally fair expectation, that particular situation might not be indicative of a general pattern. It might be, but it might not be. So even though it seems so reasonable if you see it as, well, it's just a random particular situation, so it could be like one of those moments where others are just like, off their game and stuff. It starts being a little less outrageous.
Indication of a problem with the other person. The second, though, is a healthy form of communicating your needs and clearing misunderstandings with your partner, because they're not mind readers. In my opinion, it's quite entitled thinking to expect things from your partner when you haven't verbally expressed those needs.
Sure.
Which leads me to the main issue. The over-romanticization of relationships on social media has warped people's...
Yeah, we were seeing a bit of that before in the Mark Manson video or something.
Having standards is great. You should most definitely have standards if you value yourself. But social media can easily blur the line between standards and delusion. It has led people to believe that the person for you will know everything about you and will provide you with exactly what you need when you need it.
I hope that's not true. Yeah, that might be a good... Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, people get all kinds of false expectations.
But it's probably a good idea to take the time to consider context and nuance, as well as weighing in your own values and opinions when it comes to the things you see online, instead of just hopping on opinions because everyone seems to be agreeing or talking about them. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Are you seeking a love that is authentically fulfilling to you?
Yes.
Or are you just chasing what everyone else is telling you to chase because they say that's what's good for you?
No.
The internet allows for mass communication,
yes,
but it's also a gateway for miscommunication.
Totally.
All sorts of information is coming at you from all directions at once. Critical thinking is an important tool to develop. All you lover boys and girls out there, may the love that you deserve find you. But in the meantime, keep building yourself up so you can be the same for them. All right, that's all for now.
Great advice.
Take care, guys. See you next time.
Thank you. Great video. Soyo Think I'm Stupid. Cool channel. So yeah, that's that. That's interesting. That's good. And I am glad we watched that. That was actually very much about relationships as much as it was about videos about relationships. All right, let's keep this train rolling here. I got, this is the channel I was talking about a couple videos ago. I mentioned in passing, Psychology with Dr. Anna. I mentioned a great channel that I enjoy her videos. She provides very useful and helpful and insightful commentary on a range of subjects related to psychology, and she's a doctor as well. So she worked clinically, or psychology educator and fiction author, doctorate in clinical psychology. Okay, great. So she's an educator, but she has a doctorate in clinical. Okay.
When we develop feelings for someone and those
This
feelings...
video is called The Hidden Reasons Why People Fall in Love and Why It Wasn't With You.
are not reciprocated, it can be tempting to ask, why not me? And then when that person goes on to develop feelings for someone else, we might wonder, why did they fall in love with that person instead? What do they have that I don't? And it can be maddening, basically this bargaining stage of grief, in which we try to rack our brains to figure out, maybe if I had done this, or if only I had been more like this, maybe then they would have fallen in love with me.
That's such an insightful comment, that it's the bargaining stage of grief.
Truth is, there are a lot of layers to why people fall in love with each other, and some of them run much deeper than you might realize. In a lot of these cases, it has little to do with who you are as a person and much more to do with that other person's psychological complexes. So let's talk about it. What are the hidden reasons why people fall in love? And why should you try to not take it too personally if they didn't fall in love with you and maybe fell in love with someone else instead? Before I get into those, jot down in the comments why you fell in love with your partner if you have one, so that we can see which of these layers it hits.
I just had an idea. What if I posted this video that I'm recording right now as like a 5 to 8 hour like thing, and I did it as a premiere? I've never done a premiere. But it'd be fun to do a really long premiere. If I did that, hey, how's it going? Welcome to the premiere. You know, sorry about, how long the video is, I guess. Or maybe you're enjoying this. All right, back to it.
It's on. Without further ado, let's get started.
Okay, so she does courses. So what are those? Let's see. I know she sells books, which are cool. She's got books and stuff. But what's the deal with the courses? Let's see. 4 hours of lectures. She says the price. This is what a professional does. Learnworlds.com. That's interesting. Okay, so that might be something to look into. 4 hours, I've never seen anything like that. Do they host things? Okay. Anyways, 4 hours of lectures, 20 pages of handouts, 15 lessons, community forum. Okay. Pages of assignments, videos. Yeah, it just tells you what's in there. You know what I mean? That's what's normal. I mean, I'm sure that's well worth the money. I mean, it's expensive, obviously, but hey, if you got the money to spend, I'm sure that's very good and useful insight from Dr. Anna Uden.
So there are different layers to why people fall in love. So I'll start with the more, let's say, superficial ones, and then we'll get deeper and deeper into the more psychologically interesting ones. The most superficial level is that people want to be with partners who hold socially desirable traits.
Alpha males.
So in most cultures, that means beauty. There's something called the halo effect, which is when somebody is more beautiful, they're also perceived as having other socially desirable traits as well, like intelligence. Intelligence is another one. There's also a halo effect for intelligence. Agreeableness tends to be something
Everything has a halo effect, right? It's just like associations we make.
Sight, wanting in an ideal partner. So things like
and confirmation bias.
being a nice person, being fun to be around. Humor is another one, but that's really the most superficial layer. People want to be with partners who hold egosyntonic traits and values. Egosyntonic
Syntonic
means
versus dystonic.
a trait is the way that you want to be, consistent with the ideal self. For example, it is egosyntonic for me that I am a hardworking person because I want to be a hardworking person. But it is an ego dystonic trait that I tend to be a little bit neurotic because I don't want to be that way. Oftentimes people want to be with
You got to
someone
just embrace it.
who is like them. So if somebody is very outgoing, they also want a partner who's very outgoing. We tend to want people who are a similar attractiveness level to us. We tend to
Oh
want
no,
people
more. They have to be more attractive than I am for sure.
who are a similar socioeconomic status as us. Sometimes it also means we want to be with someone who holds a trait that we want but don't yet have. For example,
Money.
if you're very shy, you might be drawn to very outgoing people if you yourself wish you were more outgoing. So part of all of this is that we
And that's
are
how complementary relationships can form and how opposites can attract in a sense.
drawn to people who
Not total opposites, but like partial.
the psyche craves balance. This is behind the saying that opposites attract. We are always trying to individuate and trying to achieve integration between the polarity of who we are and who we are not. So sometimes that means we are drawn to things that we actually, on the surface, hate about ourselves. Deeper. People tend to fall in love with those who remind them of someone difficult from their past or someone they have unfinished business with. There's this concept in psychology
I
called
feel like that's less deep than the previous one that's about yourself, but okay, that's not important at all.
a repetition compulsion, which is when you try to repeat the same relational pattern over and over with different people, to repeat the same relational pattern.
Do you see that? There's like a clip for a second. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Oh, I messed it up.
Repeat the same relational pattern over
It said media offline for a second.
and over with different people.
And I just did a repetition of the repetition compulsion screenshot.
People in your life to have sort of like a corrective experience for the initial trauma. Oftentimes, these repetition compulsions come from childhood, from a parent, because that is the very first relationship you ever had was with your parents. And it was during a time when you were highly malleable and it shaped you into the person you are today. So for example, if as a child you were treated quite harshly by your parents, maybe you developed a crush on the meanest boy ever who called you names, who was so awful to you, because you unconsciously wanted to fix that relationship with your parents by getting it right this time with your crush.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is a little bit theoretical, but I mean, it like checks out intuitively, but you wonder, like, is that actually true? But I think this is evidence-based. It's just, a little bit theoretical. You just wonder, but it's partially true, at least.
But it might not necessarily be from childhood or from dealing with your parents either. It could be something completely different. Like you keep being drawn to men with icy blue eyes because your very first crush had icy blue eyes and he broke your heart. And now every time you see icy blue eyes, it reminds you of that heartbreak and you try to get it right this time. And also one of these deep layers is that people tend to fall in love with partners who feed their unconscious self-esteem needs. For example, if you are someone who unconsciously believes that they hold no worth, you might be drawn to partners who mistreat you, who confirm that belief. If you are someone who unconsciously believes that you have a lot to offer the world, you might be drawn to partners who treat you well. If you're someone who's very grandiose, who has this need to be idealized,
Yeah,
you might
I
be
mean,
drawn
our self-image is built by our partner's perceptions, but to a certain extent, but to a similar extent, we choose partners that will build the sort of self-image we want to have built. That's something I am definitely more attracted to someone when I feel like they're attracted to me. It's not like the reason I'm attracted to them, but it helps. It definitely helps. So how you're perceived, if you're perceived as desirable, it can be a factor that can make you feel like, oh, I like how this person makes me feel. That's one of the aspects of how they might make you feel.
drawn to partners who treat you like a god. If you're someone who was neglected a lot as a child, you might be drawn to partners who lose their minds if you're not around, who have like this desperate need for you to be present and can be kind
So
of
it
clingy.
can be corrective in the same way of reinforcing it, or it can be the opposite.
So do you see how there are the more surface level reasons that people fall in love, and then there are deeper and deeper and deeper ones that most people are not even aware they have when they fall in love with someone. I'm about to go into some examples. To example one.
Okay,
She grew
this
up
is
in-
good. I don't feel like we need to watch all of this.
Moral of the story, you guys, it's not personal. Or actually, it is personal. It has to do with like personal traits that you hold. But it's not that you're not good enough for this person to fall in love with you. People tend to fall in love because of a mix of reasons. Some ways in which they're similar to their love interests, some ways in which their love interests
It's personal. It's just personal to you only to a limited degree, and the you-ness of the situation is, if it is that you're not good enough, there are two options. One, they're just looking. If it is that feeling that you're not good enough, there's two options. One, they're looking for something else, and so what are you gonna do? Or two, you did something wrong. And then great, feel bad about it, make amends for it, which if you think they don't want to interact with you, your amends doesn't involve them. It's what's called a living amends. But you know what I mean? Those are the two options. Like, what else could it be? So that's, I think, a growth mindset, I guess. But
are different and sort of complement some things that's missing from their life, some ways in which their love interest reminds them of someone from their past. Truth is, sometimes there is something you could have done differently to win over this person's affections.
So what I'm saying is, if it's personal to you, it's like, okay, there's either something you can learn from it or there isn't. So, okay, if it's personal to you, to what extent you had choice and agency in it, reflect on it for sure. But then there's a line usually, there's a line, unless you did some horrible thing. There's a line where it also has to do with other factors personal to them.
Like, if you were super intense and stirred a lot of drama, maybe if you hadn't done that, this person would still be with you. Or if you had really bad hygiene and this person found it difficult to talk to you because of your halitosis, maybe changing that could have changed the outcome of them breaking up with you.
True.
But there are always deeper factors at play too. You could have been
You always got to rule out halitosis for sure.
perfectly low drama, and it still wouldn't have been enough for that person because they were ultimately looking for someone to fill an unconscious need that they're not even aware of.
Sure.
There's usually no way to know.
Or
no
they
way
are.
to
It
find
doesn't matter,
out the true reason why somebody fell in love with someone else and not you. Because the vast majority of people aren't even aware of these unconscious forces at play in their own relationships. If you ask them, why did you pick her and not me? They'll probably say something along the lines of, I can't describe it. I just wanted to be around her all the time. So please stop beating yourself up and ruminating over what you could have done differently. If
Okay.
you want to set yourself up for a future love story, sure, you could increase your chances of doing so by boosting socially desirable traits and trying to date people who have similar
Notice how she doesn't say, by signing up for one-on-one calls with me. That's the sign of a true professional.
traits and values and interests as you. But at the end of the day, there might be someone out there who's perfect for you, even with all your imperfections. Someone who will be drawn to you, not despite...
And no hate to people who do that. You got to make a living, but it's questionable, right? There's a questionable side to it. It's ambiguous, the responsibilities. It's too, confusingly similar to therapy that,
your flaws, but because your flaws perfectly complement an unconscious need that they have. So maybe you don't need to change yourself at all. Maybe all you need to do is realize that there's nothing wrong with you and wait for that special someone. Take care.
Thanks, Dr. Anna Uden. Great channel. Always checking out her new vids. And you love to see it. Great, interesting insights. And very... I guess the main messages there were like, there's a lot of reasons why people may or may not be attracted. People's attractions come from a lot of different places. And love serves a lot of different needs and functions for a lot of different people. And it's not a one-to-one comparison of comparing yourself to someone else because, as we saw in another video, there's something irreplaceable about what we offer to love. That was the first video, the German guy. There's something irreplaceable that we offer. So, when we're replaced by someone who's equally irreplaceable, So we're not replaced. It's just a new person, But anyways. All right. So next up, we got a channel called Tanyan, and this is relationship mistakes you can't come back from. So, that's interesting angle. Let's check it out.
There are 3 huge mistakes in relationships I've personally made that you just can't come back from. Over time, though, those mistakes have completely changed my perspective on relationships.
Oh my God,
and
the animation is changing way too quickly.
Their lessons became even more relevant. So let's talk about them. Mistake 1, I prioritized someone who didn't prioritize me. Have you ever been friends with a girl, realized how cool you thought she was, and then started to develop what seemed like one-sided feelings for her?
No, that's never, ever happened. What? That doesn't even make any sense. What? Let me hear that again. That's so foreign to me.
Have you ever been friends with a girl, realized how cool you thought she was, and then started to develop what seemed like one-sided feelings for her?
Yeah, no, that does not ring a bell. I'm thinking about it, and no, that's it. No way. No bell being rung.
Because I have too. There was a girl in my high school who we can call Tina, and I was really into her. So what did I do about it? Contrary to my norm at the time, I actually...
Okay, I like the animation now. I changed my mind.
To tell her. So what happened next? It flopped, and I was extremely disappointed, and I took it personally, as if there was something wrong with me as a person. But I cared about her, so we remained friends. I couldn't shake my feelings though, so over time I told her again, and she still didn't respond the way that I had hoped. Is there any chance this hits close to home? Here's how I took it.
Well, I would not do it a second time, but if I was young, sure, yeah. If I was like 20 or something, for sure I would do that.
Pretty quickly, I started to believe that her feelings towards me defined me. Over time, I dwelled on the rejections. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I wasn't worth it now, I really didn't know how I was going to be. The valuable lesson...
Yeah. So directly a good follow-up from the previous video we saw, where it's like, you gotta think about those alternative hypotheses, not compare and contrast yourself and so on.
In college, I dated a girl, and we'll call her Sally, that had some pretty serious personal trauma. This was made clear to me by her in a healthy way early on, but I didn't realize how deep it ran for her, and I also didn't realize how ill-equipped I would end up being to handle those things when tensions were heightened. Sally dealt with severe anxiety and insecurity, and she would pretty drastically shift between needing time and space and needing to lean on me heavily.
Yeah, so you have to be really mature, and both of you do, and you have to try to make sure you don't get into codependent patterns, and it's hard. And for young folks, it's really hard. And I recommend going to therapy and talking to adults and trying to get help, because navigating relationships with, yourself having mental health issues or the other folks, it's challenging. It's a challenge. It's not easy. Living with mental health issues is challenging. Relationships are challenging, so you need help sometimes. I really think, talking to therapists and stuff, just trying to get help when you can, if you can. Because, this is tough, for sure.
She would completely shut down. And this was pretty confusing to me. I thought that since we were partners, I should be able to fix all of this, but I couldn't seem to. Eventually, that confused me more. My confusion turned to hurt, and my hurt didn't make things better. It made things worse.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I realized that walking further into a broken relationship thinking that I have the tools to fix it when I actually don't is a recipe for disappointment. This isn't to say you shouldn't fight to overcome issues in healthy relationships, because you need to.
For sure. And the big part of maturity, I would say one of the biggest parts, is finding where that line is, where it becomes fixing rather than just working on. You start sort of developing a sense of that. It's hard to describe where that line is, but if it has to do with things that are likely to be fundamental qualities of the person, if the person's not invested in changing that in any sort of committed, consistent sense, if you're getting vastly different messages, mixed messages about their willingness to put effort in, if they're not demonstrating that willingness with actions, if it's just words. But it's tough to tell.
not an example of a normal issue, and I wasn't mature enough at the time to.
It is an example of a normal issue. I mean, I don't know the exact case, but like this happens, this definitely happens to folks.
Wasn't mature enough at the time to cultivate a healthy relationship.
Yeah, totally, man. I was there too, like for sure. Yeah, definitely.
We've had our things to work on.
We've
but
all
me
been
thinking
there,
that
or we've been the other person. It's very common.
I alone was responsible for fixing everything is what sunk the ship in the end. Mistake 3, I was with someone for the wrong reasons. Ask yourself this: what is it that you're truthfully after in a relationship?
Yeah, and again, when you're talking about your reasons, you're talking about cause and effect. What are you after? What are you trying to affect? What are you hoping to see as a consequence? What is your telos?
Sometimes we can convince ourselves that we're dating for the right reasons, but we aren't. Later in college, I met a girl through a mutual friend, and we got along well right away. We can call her Jill. Our initial mistake was making our relationship
wasn't the other one
official,
named Jill?
Who we can call Tina.
Tina, I'm so sorry, Tina.
Relationship. Sometimes we can. In college, I met a girl through a mutual friend, and we got along well right away. We can call her Jill. Our initial mistake was making our relationship official way too fast, and there's a reason for that. This was a time in my life in which I needed to do some pretty serious self-reflection. Looking back, I was after all the wrong things when it came to relationships. If I was brutally honest,
and making your relationship official is such an interesting concept. You can think of it as like a commitment. It's like social. It's a social commitment. It's like coming out about something socially, but not legally. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is happening, and it's a commitment. It's not a life or death commitment, but it's a degree of social commitment. So it's just interesting to think about it that way. It helps it kind of make sense in a sort of on a spectrum between not dating, and living together, marriage, and so on. And it helps explain and elaborate why making that commitment early on is not usually satisfying. Freaking George Saunders, this author I love, like the best living author in my opinion, got married to his wife after like 2 weeks of knowing each other, and they've been together for decades.
the mistakes made transform into lessons learned, and they help me not only find my wife, but become a worthy partner in the process. So yes, these mistakes might be a death sentence. You can learn from my mistakes and try to avoid them, but if you're anything like me, other mistakes will keep coming, and that's life. If you can take the hits, learn from them, and then be better next time, then don't
What's
worry.
with the lack of arms and hands? Well, whatever.
You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Eventually, those mistakes and lessons will be absolutely worth it.
Word. Very cool. That was good and useful. I'm glad we watched that. I guess let's go on to the next one. This is the Jungian Aeon, and this is a selection from a lecture. I think this just came up again about relationships and stuff and advice. So let's just see what's up here.
One thing a lot of us guys do, and I'll just cop to this for myself, there are a lot of guys that just cut off any of their royal and warrior stuff and just don't show it. They take refuge in the magician sort of lover sector of the psyche.
I'm sorry. I feel like I'm not equipped. Like we just jumped into the middle of a lecture or something, but okay, I can kind of get with it. Okay.
I'm not saying this is you. But I'm just saying.
He's saying sort of suppressing our masculinity, you know.
That instead of ever developing the ability to be in a confrontation with another person, not just women, but to be in that confrontation without being homicidal, or...
Okay, I'm down. This is cool. Yeah, you know, learning how to communicate. I love confrontations. You know I love confrontations.
And being in that confrontation without really making oneself suicidal by not protecting oneself.
Sure, yeah, the mix. Maybe he's sort of referring to the balance between selfishness and self-sacrifice, as I was referring to earlier.
There are a lot of guys who cut the whole active aspects of the male self off in order to survive. And what they will do is what I did for many years is I would just sort of be like the Wizard of Oz, and I would just disappear into that magician. Nothing can enrage a woman more than she's trying to confront the man, trying to engage him, and he's sort of, suddenly she notices, this thing sitting here with me is not really him.
I'm a little bit confused, I'll be honest, but I like this sort of creative approach to lecturing. I'm not sure how literally I'm supposed to take everything, but I'm sort of following.
This is an android. That guy put an android in here to deal with me.
This guy's laughing.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
He says I'm
And
not kidding
often
twice.
they could not articulate that, what that I just said, but they think this is not a real person. And so then they'll start to escalate their attacks to see if this thing can sustain some punishment or whether they will crack and the real guy will step out. So a lot of us become opaque.
Okay,
And we
so
are not-
here we can schedule consultations with not the guy who's speaking because he's dead. So just curious. Okay. I don't know. Because I thought I had heard the name and I'm not sure where, but what? Oh, what? What the hell? Consultant in organizational development and leadership and personal coaching. So we're seeing something from 2004. So this is, he was still a professor of psychology, psychoanalysis, and spirituality before becoming a distinguished service professor. Okay.
Hi there.
Sorry.
Today I have something.
I'm just curious, like, can people just say what happened? Oh, that's where I was directed to this. Wait, what? Okay, so the niece found stuff that... What the hell? People think there's a chance he... Wow. I don't know what to tell you about this. I don't know what the truth is. I haven't looked into it at all. I'm just listening to his words, trying to take them at face value.
When I did the Mankind Project weekend, and I was asked to choose a name, an animal name, I chose President Lion. Because in so much of my life, I have been opaque and not present, not accessible behind my magician capacities. Oh, you have a problem? I don't understand.
It is a little bit weird when you hear like an older man saying that. It makes you wonder, like, does he mean like most of his life, like up until very recently, or up until like his early 20s, 30s? Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Not that it's like there's a point at which someone becomes irredeemable, but just like it's worth understanding, like, how long are we talking about? Because if you're like an authority, you should like be pretty comfortable in your tendencies to not be like whatever opaque means, totally defensive or something. I mean, obviously we all have defense mechanisms and make mistakes, but I'm curious, what's he supposed to do? What's the solution? Be more what? Confrontational?
So I'm not saying that's you, but I'm saying it is possible to be so conflict.
But it's true.
averse.
I mean, people avoid confrontation. People speed along conflict to try to avoid confrontation. It is a huge problem. It's totally worth pointing out. I don't know whether all these magician things, add value for me, but,
that you don't put anything out there of your true self that might lead somebody to want to bump up against you. Yeah. And we call that, in psychoanalysis, when we handle things that way, we call it the false self system. Men would rather fight a whole division of enemy tanks
then go to therapy.
deal with an enraged woman that they're in an intimate relationship with.
Okay, or deal with like a woman with any feelings. Like, I mean, yeah, people lack men are socialized to struggle with a lack of experience in emotional awareness and emotional intelligence and ability to communicate about emotions and ability to understand that they have the responsibility to meet needs of their partner that are not just primal and practical and so on. But yeah, just as a beginning.
In fact, that's why they're so eager to go off to war a lot of the time.
No, I think it's actually because of a lot of propaganda that the government spreads and the military-industrial complex spreads.
Because one of the great, realities about men of our day is how terrified they are of women when the women have some power and some strength.
So this was posted just 2 months ago, even though the guy, Dr. Robert Moore, died almost 10 years ago, which may or may not have been in a murder-suicide with his wife, according to news reports. May or may not. I don't know. But it was posted just 2 months ago. So I think it's 230,000 views. So I don't know what this channel is, but assuming they have the rights to this. And they post, so they post a thing where you can schedule. Sorry, did I look at this yet? No, you schedule $85 for a 50-minute. It's like a cost of therapy with who? Avi? Okay, I don't know who you are, but cool, man. What's your... Do you have like a license? Maybe I'm supposed to know that from the channel. I mean, you don't have to have a license. You just, it's not called therapy. It's called depth conversation, right? Avi created this channel. Exiled from the center. Okay, yeah. Young. Okay, so they post a lot of different things. And they're from Israel. Okay. Hopefully they're an anti-Zionist. So I'm just confused about what I'm seeing because these seem to all be the same Dr. Robert Moore. And so who is Avi? Is this Avi?
Hello, brothers and sisters. Today, I want to share with you a letter Carl Jung wrote in 1960 to Anthony Cornell. In this letter, Jung explores one of the most mysterious aspects of human experience, psi phenomena. Things like
and hurl the lance of the woman's truth, her truth, at us. And I've mentioned a couple of times John Lee's work. He's constantly pointing out the way in which we men, when the woman in our life, whoever the most special woman in our life is, begins to criticize, John points out that we almost always start declining in age. And fairly quickly, we're 3 years...
Yeah, we're underdeveloped in those areas. But that's true of friendships as well. Men can struggle to talk about their feelings.
Years old. We're just shrinking and terrified. This at the point, where domestic violence from the male side starts is when the man loses connection with his grown-up personality. And in the face of the criticism coming from a woman that's got some firepower.
But domestic violence does take place even when there's no woman being critical, obviously. I mean, I'm sure he knew that. But it's sort of weird to phrase it the way he is.
Of the criticism coming from a woman that's got some firepower, which is all of them. When it's coming at him,
everyone has firepower. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, if all women have firepower, then you're not saying anything. What are you trying to say? And why do you seem guilty now?
He's immobilized very often until the point where the rage kicks in, and then he will become often physically violent. So that physical violence comes out of a man who's collapsing into his weakness and self-doubt. So I'll spend a good deal of time with men trying to help them.
But it's also wrong for a lot of reasons, right?
Learn that if you're going to maintain a relationship with a woman, and this would be true for gay lovers as well, when your partner...
Okay, he's shouting out gay people. Cool. That's good that he's doing that, because a lot of the stuff we've seen has been kind of heteronormative.
Starts to come at you, as they inevitably will, with disappointment and displeasure. I try to tell men, you need to have your heart protected here. You know, I'll say, you know, you need to do a little active imagination, visualizing a little Kevlar suit. You know what Kevlar is? That's bulletproof, you know.
Yeah.
That you button up in.
I was trying to see where the lecture is. I'm sorry, but it's kind of weird to promote your own appointments on a video where that you do not take place on. You literally do not exist in this video. Don't promote your stuff on it. It's weird. You can post this if you're a fan of this guy who may or may not have.
We would like to think that all of the lances that are thrown our way are, as Parsifal kind of feels, this is, what do you say, unjust treatment? What is the word?
Unjust.
Yeah.
Night.
Yes. And of course, when the salvos start to come, there is a lot of wrong stuff in it.
This is so generic and really unhelpful.
But that's not the most important.
Like harmful. To be like, yeah, man, a lot of things your female partners say actually isn't justified, but
what of what's in it? If a man is actually going to do his shadow work, then he needs to practice on being able to prevent himself from dying in the face of this onslaught, having his heart completely broken, so he has to end the relationship.
Or you could just be like, have distress tolerance, have, self-image that helps you balance with criticism, your own sense of self. Like, I just don't.
I always say to a man, protect your heart or you will end the relationship. You don't protect your heart, you will end the relationship. It may take you a while, depending on how masochistic you are, but you will end the relationship. But
sure, I can extract value from that.
Protect your heart, not so you do not feel anything. You'll be feeling plenty with that Kevlar over your heart. You'll feel plenty. I just don't want you to be in such death pain that you cannot think and listen. A lot of the research now shows that when the fear comes up and the anxiety comes up.
Okay, sorry. What was his doctorate again? Hold on. Just because there was a guy a few videos ago that was a chiropractor, which no hate, but that's not what is implied. Okay, this guy was a psychologist. Yeah, okay. Jungian analyst. Okay, yeah, he was like yeah, right. I already looked at this. Right. That's where he worked as a professor at a seminary? Okay. BA in Religion, Behavioral Science, Master in Theology, in Psychology and Theology, and then a Master's in Theology and Counseling Psychology and Religion, followed by a Master's in Arts and a PhD in Psychology and Religion. Dude just loved chilling in the academy. Got certifications in Adlerian Psychoanalysis and Jungian Psychology. Okay. So, not like Dr. Anna Uden, who we watched, who's a research psychologist or a clinical psychologist. All of his psychological degrees, which are totally legit, are theological. All of them. So, PhD in psychology and religion. So, I don't know, It doesn't mean religion is cool. It's just like a totally different approach to things, or it's a different angle to the mind. It's not completely different, it's just somewhat different.
Well, now the neurophysiologists have actually proven that that's the case.
But yeah, I'm sure he knows how to read research and stuff if he's got a PhD.
Keep you protected enough so that your brain does not shut down. And Parsifal at this point then, that point you made about the transpersonal knowledge? So here's the feminine aspect of the unconscious being danced out by this crone. And the deepest part of the feminine is going to have the deepest awareness of the male shadow.
Okay.
Just as you will often have more awareness of the woman shadow than she does.
Sure. There's a lot of ways to say that. And sure, sometimes we have blind spots.
So there's some male part of you.
I don't know if I'm down with the essentialism, sort of like this might be more complicated than this.
It is aware of the woman's shadow. often much more
Like, am
than
I aware of my partner's shadow insofar as it's their shadow, and it's because I'm a man and they're a woman, and I have man prowess and understanding a woman's shadow, or is it a different mechanism by which I understand aspects of themselves that they're not conscious of,
she is.
or may understand, to some degree, and vice
often
versa,
much
obviously.
more than her therapist is aware of it. Okay. So the key issue here is being able to continue to listen, because if he cannot listen for the truth,
I mean, that was a little weird.
Much more than that is aware of the woman's shadow, often much more than she is, and often much more than her therapist is aware of it.
Like, of course, when you're dating someone or married to someone, you will understand them better than their therapist will, because you see them in so many different contexts and stuff. It's just a little interesting to say that in such a pointed way.
So the key issue here is being able to continue to listen, because if he cannot listen for the truth in that salvo, even if it's only 10% or 5% of the incoming, then he is not being aided in doing his shadow work and learning where he's blind. So this is really hard thing for men. Here we see this young guy. This is hot. This is heavy artillery coming at him here from the deep, dark feminine. But a number of you pointed out that this Kundry, she's pretty accurate about a lot of stuff. She is not pulling her punches, though.
What the hell are they talking about? I have no idea.
And I would wonder if any of you have noticed that the female of our species, when angry, will often not hold anything back. In other words, the attack will often be extremely ferocious.
Dude, what do you think that has to do with them being a woman exactly? You don't think men express their emotions in a ferocious way? It's just like this idealism, this ideation is such bullshit. Yeah, just like you mentioned neurophysiology. Talk about neurophysiology, doctor.
And listing the litany of the things from the past, as you were saying, which was really right. And so it's a huge male achievement to be able to maintain the critical listening, to listen for the gold in there, in those comments, in that attack.
I mean, I guess he's just trying to motivate dudes who like need there to be a dude side of what they're doing to do it. But like, it's just what he's talking about is just being able to have distress tolerance and hear people's criticism. But like, also, you should not accept someone speaking to you in a ferocious way. I don't know why he's not really communicating that. He sort of hinted at it at the beginning with the idea like you shouldn't murder or commit suicide, but it's like that middle path is like, standing up for yourself in a kind way and so on.
Where is she right about this?
Sure.
It's horrific to me how often the women in my life, while overdoing the attack, have been pointing to things that I desperately
I'm sorry.
need.
I cannot watch this not knowing whether he died in a murder-suicide with his wife. I mean, it's just too weird, right? Like, how are we watching him talk about how women are attacking him so much and the women in his life are so ferocious to him? The brother of a prominent psychotherapist is suing the estate of her late husband, another noted psychologist who... So the brother of the wife... Oh my God, the news reports it like it's for sure. That one video must have had his niece or something that said something different, but the news reported it like it's for sure. This would be like really a serious libel, I think. Can you libel someone who's dead? I don't know. But, wow. Autopsies ruled her death a homicide and his a suicide. Oh my God. The suit says he should have known to not carry a gun. Wow, I wonder what happened with the suit. I think we've heard enough. Oh, it's almost done.
Because the force was not, I mean, this was full on. So it's not, well, now I can kick somebody's ass as a martial artist. Now I've got a warrior inflation. Well, you've got an important part. But when you're standing in a relationship with a really angry woman, then we will find out how well your warrior's initiated.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I think I've said plenty about that and the strange context of the uncertain death of that man who may or may not have killed his wife after recording that video, years after recording that video. So who knows, you know? So take it with a grain of may have killed his wife salt, I guess would be my kind of thought there. Let me just check out that video, just as the other one, just to see what the evidence is.
Very remarkable for you. I have just recently interviewed Marina Moore Weems.
Okay.
She is the niece of Dr. Robert Moore. You probably know, since in Chicago, the archetypes of, and back in 2000, he was shot his wife and then killed himself. And the story now is that he committed murder-suicide. The legacy of this work was tarnished.
By the way, murder-suicide is not a healthy relationship thing to do. I assume that goes without saying. I will just say that murder-suicide, as a therapist, I can tell you, the research, the books, the literature, it all shows murder-suicide is not an aspect of healthy relationships ever. Literally ever. So, that's the point there.
A lot of men who have been doing work with these archetypes for decades were distraught and really struggled with integrating this information.
Oh, you did 2 interviews?
And the reason you struggled with it is because this is not what happened. And in this interview today, I'm going to be speaking with the forensics reports and the lab reports that confirm beyond any shadow of a doubt that the story you have been told is beautiful.
Welcome, everyone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think it's now 5 years ago, or maybe almost 6 at this point, 2016, that he died under mysterious circumstances.
Yes.
Yeah. And I had posted a video on the Reclaiming the Throne website together with my colleague at the time, Carlotto, and you came and you wrote a message on that post. Can you tell me a little bit more about what was going on for you at the time and why you chose to
say the evidence?
And at that point, I think I had already gotten the forensics report back from the medical examiner.
Yeah.
And it didn't tell the same story that the newspaper
What did it say?
As a matter of fact, it revealed that he had no gunshot residue on him at all, and that she had gunshot residue on both of her hands.
I have no idea what gunshot residue is, frankly. I'm not going to pretend like I have any idea what that is. But it sounds like she's trying to say it was a murder-suicide, but the wife did it. We're going to not dig into that. We're literally not going to dig into it. I don't know if that's what she's saying. I will just say for our purposes here, no matter who did it, that's extremely sad and tragic and indicative of a very unhealthy aspect of his life that I sense is not completely unconnected to the strange philosophy he was spouting. All right, let's pull up the next video. We have Jordan Peterson, so I thought I'd, try to look presentable.
It's very distressing.
He didn't. I know we looked at a Jordan Peterson video before, but he wasn't in that video, so I didn't feel like I had to dress up. But obviously, I feel like I have to dress up. So, this is from 10 days ago, but it came up when I searched relationship stuff.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. We thought it might be a fun idea or an interesting idea to take questions from your audience and have you do what you do best and try to help some people if they need help. And maybe the questions will be applicable to a lot of people. So I think it should be fun. We're going to give this a shot. I hope you guys enjoy it.
I'm enjoying
I'm Michaela,
it.
by the way, if people don't know who I am.
That would be She's My Daughter.
Oh, yeah.
And a perfectly fine person in her own right as well.
Well, thank you. I think that was a compliment. So
That's so funny. They have kind of awkward chemistry.
Are we ready? Number
Yes,
one.
he actually was funny for once.
Should we just jump into it?
Let's go.
What is your opinion or feedback about what you've seen about relationships being successful if there is a substantial age gap of, let's say, 10, 15 years?
Oh, interesting. That's the first question. Yeah, I mean, I think there can be okay 10 or 15 year age gaps. I mean, if you're 20 and 35, I think that's very nuts and unhealthy. Very likely to be an unhealthy power dynamic. You're in totally different life stages. If you're 40 and 55, obviously that's a different story. But, you know, so it's a few different metrics.
What has been your understanding as to the overall satisfaction of those relationships and the ability for them to be able to be long lasting and satisfying when compared to relationships with, you know, less than a 10-year age gap or so?
First of all, that's generally a situation with a younger woman and an older man. I'm not going to comment on the reverse situation because
why do you
it's
think that
very
is?
rare.
He probably thinks it's like because it's natural. It's like, sure, it's natural for everyone to be attracted to who they're attracted to, but men form this power dynamic habitually and culturally with younger women and often girls. And it's very messed up. So equalizing that is very important.
Women live longer. It technically makes a little bit more sense.
I got another beer.
That's coming from me.
It violates the social norm again. Like women cross-culturally prefer men who are about 4 years older. And
I don't see how that's logical because women live longer. It makes sense for younger women to date older men because women live longer. But then the men, wouldn't it be good for if everyone just dated people that were their own age, hypothetically, which I don't expect, and it's a totally unrealistic, but just like theoretically as a baseline, then you'd be together the same amount of years, but one of you would just have to live on your own afterwards, I guess. But she's saying it's not the logic doesn't really add up.
Variety of reasons for that. The major reason is that a wise woman isn't looking for another child. She's looking for someone who she can rely on to be productive, generous, loving when she's incapacitated or more incapacitated in pregnancy and with young children.
Why does that have to be an older man?
So women even the scorecard by looking for men who are mature, and no wonder. And young men have to understand that. A 17-year-old male is not a very marketable creature. Now, there are...
Well, they're not even an adult. But just like, as like a, you know, when you're in your 30s, you shouldn't be dating someone who's like, you know, younger than like maybe, I don't know, like I wouldn't date someone who's younger than like 23. I definitely wouldn't date someone who's like in college. Like, to me, someone who's 23 is super, like, really young. You know, I'm 33, so that's like, but that it's obviously a little ambiguous, but you know, there's a line where it's like they're in a totally different life stage. It's super weird. Like, why would you ever, you know? And it's not a big deal. You just don't go for stuff when you think, oh yeah, it's probably not a good idea. So. Not that I'm in that many situations where I'm like making that decision, but you know, theoretically that's how it works. And I don't think, you know, I don't understand his argument about it being about fertility or, you know, saving, you know, protecting or anything like that.
The other thing, you know, is by the time you're 25, you're about as old as everyone else until they're like 70. You know, you hit that period of maturity.
I mean, I definitely think to our point here, yeah, like when you're above like 30, I would say, age gap doesn't really matter. I mean, it's like, it's weird if like an 85-year-old is dating like a 35-year-old, I guess. But like, you know, to each their own. And like, once you're above like 30, it's like you're like totally developed, you know, at that point, I don't know. But the age gap doesn't matter versus, you know, he says 25. Okay, if you're 25, but you're dating a 40-year-old, that's super weird, you know, for the 40-year-old. But yeah.
Roughly, people are the same age. And so if you're attracted and you're both willing, then I don't see that as a problem that's any more insurmountable than personality differences or the other idiosyncrasies that couples have to contend with.
Okay. Well, it's different in the sense that it's just like a fixed thing that doesn't change, and it's just like an establishing factor just there in the background, not a dynamic, but
It's weird. So I think the difference between, say, 30-year-old woman or 25-year-old woman and 40 or 45-year-old man, that makes more, or if you go up, that kind of makes sense. Do you think it's weird when we see like 35-year-old men who refuse to date anybody who's above the age of 22?
I don't know if there are experiments of this sort, but they...
Right, she's asking him, like, is there a limit to what, you know, when this would be okay?
Be easy enough to run. If you're after a one-night stand, then why not have a 22-year-old?
No, that totally
Well, no,
understand.
but that's it. That's the whole story.
But if it's a
I'd be like, Dad, what? No, like, what? So I think it's very interesting. Like, yeah, he says it's no different than other idiosyncrasies. That was just such a weird comment. I'm still not over that.
If you're after a one-night stand, then why not have a 22-year-old?
No, that totally
Well, no, but
understand.
that's it.
I don't know, dude. For like a lot of reasons, like you might just like someone else for a lot of other reasons.
That's the whole story.
But if it's a relationship...
Yeah, well, then the problems that you just described leap forward madly for anyone who has any sense.
I would be concerned that I was being taken advantage of.
Jordan Peterson responded by saying like, oh, this, this arrangement of this age gap dynamic can be good for young women because they benefit from the maturity and resources of the older man, which can be true in some instances. It can also be true that there's a power dynamic that's unhealthy and becomes unwanted. It's also the case that older women don't benefit from this arrangement. And it's a weird sort of fixation in general for men to have.
Who has any sense?
I would be concerned that I was being taken advantage of just from being a 21-year-old.
Oh, highly likely.
If I meet other 35-year-old guys, I'm like, if you only date young 20s, is it because anybody who's 30 would see through you?
Yeah, for sure. And obviously men should know that this is what women know, obviously. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
once you get
definitely.
above like 25, I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
Yeah, and I'd say 30, frankly. For me, I'd say.
Men who tilt towards one-night stands, that's already been delineated.
And some people try to say, oh, as long as you're over 18, who cares? You know, why 25? Blah, blah. Because if you're 18 and you're dating a 40-year-old, that's really weird for the 40-year-old to be doing that. And that will always be the case. And I don't know what else to say. It's an unhealthy power dynamic.
They tilt in the dark tetrad direction. And so the 35-year-old men who won't date anyone who's over 23, they're not dating. They're looking for sex with no strings attached. And
not necessarily, but okay. And that's okay or good?
If there was such a
still not good, right?
thing as sex with no strings attached,
right,
then hey, have at her. But the problem is that never happens.
Right.
The
Hence
argument
why
that they
it's
use,
kind of bad for older guys to, hit on young women.
I think the argument that they use is, oh, those are women's most fertile years. But you don't see the people doing that getting married and having babies. They're actually more into polyamory, if anything.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but the fertility thing is ridiculous. Give me a break. Like, we're wired for reproducing ourselves on some levels, obviously, but it's we have a lot else going on for these types of decisions.
There is a relationship between youth and casual sexual attractiveness.
Whoa, she changed her last name? Whoa. Peterson Academy. Higher education at 1% of the price. It's not accredited. Where I just want to see if Michaela Fuller has her. I don't know if her name's anywhere on here. Still a beta? Okay. Well, anyways, it seems like she's changed her last name to no longer be Peterson. Wow.
The same way there is between maybe overuse of makeup and casual sexual attractiveness.
Did she marry into the Buckminster Fuller family?
If you're shallow, I'm not exactly saying that attraction to youth
If so, hell yeah.
and beauty is shallow. But, there are 15, 16-year-old models. They're not uncommon at all.
Yeah.
Oh
They're
my
usually
God, what?
quite made up. And that makeup gives them a sexual patina. And it's very easy if you're male to be attracted sexually by surface.
Dude, why are you not willing to push the analysis one step further back and be like, why are we sexualizing girls and children for advertising or marketing or entertainment or money and profit? And what is our society? Why are we built this way on the domination and oppression and exploitation of children, in this way? So I don't know why he doesn't analyze that. He's just like, well, obviously, people will have certain reactions to... are you not interested in why we have this culture of this type of problematic, attitudes and so on in our culture?
It's a sign of lack of maturity and wisdom. And I'm not trying to make a case against beauty, but there are plenty of beautiful women who are 30. There are plenty of beautiful women who are 50.
Of course.
It gets harder as you get older to maintain that. Your mother has done that extraordinarily well. They're not seeing the whole person.
yeah.
And that's convenient if what you want to do is have responsibility-free sex, but there's no such thing as responsibility-free sex.
Yeah, I mean, not seeing the whole person is something that came up in my research so far. That was something referred to by I think it was Maslow or something. Not abstracting pieces of a person, understanding people as full people. It's easier said than done.
Maybe the one thing you want to ask if you're a young woman with an older man is, are you looking for a father? But then, if you didn't have a father and you're a very young woman, maybe you need that more mature guidance. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's valuable to you. Why wouldn't it be?
Because maybe it's healthier to not replay the same type of situation that we're like wounded by, and instead we can have other healing relationships, and certainly might not justify an otherwise, potentially problematic dynamic, but strange. I mean, I guess he's just riffing.
I think as long as you avoid the psychopathic types that are just after naivety, then you're all kind of the same age after a certain point anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. And maybe there are some benefits even, depending on the person.
That's a perfectly reasonable summation. That's
polyamory. We're just here to talk about relationships.
We have been a traditional family for 50 years, enjoying the usual family gatherings, birthdays, Christmas, etc. We have 2 children, 6 grandchildren. Our oldest son has been with his partner for 20 years, and they have 4 children, ages 9 to 17. In the last 2 years, our son helped a woman who was in an abusive relationship, and she and her son became part of their family. It became apparent last year they are now in a polyamorous relationship. Also, our 17-year-old granddaughter is now our grandson. My husband and I can work around the latter, but cannot bring ourselves to accept the polyamorous relationship as we have not accepted it completely. We are now estranged from them. They have taken a different road, and we can't seem to find a middle road to gather with them. Any help would be appreciated.
Yeah, I would be like, don't worry about it. Polyamory is cool. And it's totally fine, and don't worry about it. Why are you worried about it?
Well, the first thing I would say is that
and obviously being trans is cool too.
Useful for everybody listening is that you deviate from the norm, much less the ideal, at your extreme peril. When people came to see me who were unhappy and unfulfilled.
Notice he says it in the past tense because he's not a practicing therapist.
And often didn't know what to do with their lives. One of the guidelines that I used to help me and them navigate was, you should do what everyone else does, unless you have a really good reason not to. Now, polyamory.
That's such a platitude. I find that so unhelpful.
First of all, what the hell is that?
It's when you are in love with multiple people.
Just because some dim-witted leftist hedonists came up with a new word doesn't mean that anything like that exists.
Yeah, it definitely has existed for a long time. Definitely.
It's already very, very difficult to negotiate a relationship over the long run. Let's call it a marriage. If you stay religiously within the normative parameters. Now you want to...
So this says, historical texts from ancient Mesopotamia indicate that polyamory and polygamy were integrated into social norms. Who knows, Certainly 100 years, okay. And, probably many civilizations. It just depends on how you look at it. People had, their own forms of we have sex with whoever,
Extend that, beyond that. That's your theory. You think you're going to be sophisticated enough to negotiate the jealousies, the split of time, the perilous risks of intimacy with more than one person.
No one should be telling themselves that they're going to be skipping any of that challenging stuff. It doesn't really multiply it either, I don't think. It's just slightly different and similar to of the same problems.
And you think you're going to do that well?
No, dude, no one's saying that, man. That's a straw man.
And that everyone else around you is going to know how to deal with that.
Dude, what the...
Well, every single bit of that's delusional.
Yeah, you just made it up, dude. It's a straw man, bro.
Monogamy is a universal norm and ideal.
No, not necessarily.
Not because people don't have proclivities in other directions, but because the human race hasn't found a solution that's stable, all things considered, balancing the needs of children, men and women, and society. There's no solution to that problem other than monogamy.
Dude just makes claims. Like, he is not speaking for the discipline. This is not what psychological professionals would tell you about polyamory. At all. It's really not. You know, by the way, I've said this before, I've never heard anyone in my professional life ever mention Jordan Peterson. You know what I mean? I know he wrote a few papers about like different personality types or something. No, he has not made a splash in the psychological discipline. It's in the public miseducation discipline that he has. He's an influencer. He's a YouTuber. He took off the fedora after a while. Anyways, this is not the, this, I'm not just saying it's not the consensus. It's not like evidence-based. It's just kind of him riffing on his biases, because really no one has that expectation that they're going to avoid relationship problems by being polyamorous. It's more them saying, yeah, I want to have sex and love multiple people. I want to have sex with and love multiple people. So I'm going to do it, and I'm going to make sure that everyone's okay with it,
And I would also say you're doing something that's bad by entering into a polyamorous relationship. You're destabilizing the social norm. And for what? For your own benefit? For your own hypothetical benefit?
By the way, this person said their family member is polyamorous. So, I mean, are you telling them, yes, it's good for you to be estranged from that family member?
First of all, that's a little on the selfish side, I might say. The guardrails are there for a reason.
No, it's not selfish to do things for your benefit. Let's watch that again.
Social norm. And for what? For your own benefit? For your own hypothetical benefit? First of all, that's a little on the selfish side, I might say. The guardrails are there for a reason.
I totally disagree. I've said this before, but my definition of selfishness is that it's doing things not just in your self-interest, but in your self-interest in spite of other things you could do that would be much more beneficial or more beneficial for other people. So you could simplify it as serving your wants over others' needs, or something. But not just serving your wants or serving your needs, because that is just self-interested. That's fine, so.
You hope that your parents can somehow adapt to that, and that what? They're supposed to just say it's all right?
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do if they love you. They're not going to raise any objections.
I mean, they can talk about it, but yeah, it's not that big of a deal because no one's getting hurt. Oh yeah, I'm in love with multiple people. I'm polyamorous. Tough shit. Way worse things have happened. Deal with it. Yeah. Dude, he's made the same argument for trans people. Dude, you do not prioritize the rights of other people to not be like bothered and slightly offended over the rights of someone to live how they see themselves. Period. One is more important than the other. What the hell is wrong with you?
To your strange experiment.
Someone's writing in about their family member.
It's not like they knew the rules. Like, what are the rules? Oh, my son has 2 wives. Well, no one knows what to do with that. And so what that generally means, if you're
Yeah, I'd be like, cool, can I meet them? I don't know. Like, what, you know what I mean? Are they polyamorous? You know what I mean? Like, what are the rules? What rules? So, yeah, I just, I don't really buy it. I don't buy it that it's this big problem.
People aren't going to have much to do with you because you're too damn much trouble.
What would you do if I had been in that situation? Like, is a bit of it dependent on how old they are? Like, if these are people who are, I don't know,
She's trying to make it easy for him to, like, say something other than, like, that he would, disown her or something.
20s maybe, and they're like, I'm going to give this a shot. I can do it. I'm one of those people that can navigate basically an open relationship. Like, what if I had it in my head that was me? Would it be like...
I think I would have fought with you until I knew what the hell was going on. Like, that's my general
But then you would have given up, right? Eventually, right?
There's not a lot of detail in the question, so I don't know exactly why they're
There's kind of too much detail about some of the aspects.
A terrible thing to be alienated
from your children.
Maybe they just said, we don't agree with your lifestyle and we need a boundary here. But should the boundary be as far as we don't talk to you?
I would not stop talking to a family member over them being monogamous or polyamorous or whatever.
Or should it be like, we love you?
That's totally not cool at all, for sure, yeah.
We don't think this lifestyle is good for you or the people around you or potentially.
Sure, you can say that if you want to be a jerk, but you don't cut ties.
Well,
children you're going to have.
Michaela, my suspicions are, look, if you stay within the boundaries of the norm, everybody knows what to do.
Dude, so are you giving advice to this person or not? Because are you telling them to just lecture the family member?
It's a script. You know how to have Thanksgiving dinner together. You know how to have Christmas together. You know how to treat your wife, your son's wife's children. Everyone knows that. All right, now, if you throw a left curve into that, well, what are the rules exactly?
I don't know, dude. If your son's has 2 wives and 2 children, that sounds super different and super complicated. How could we ever figure it out?
You have to negotiate them from scratch.
From scratch.
For everything.
Everything's different.
Well, people are terrible at negotiating. And so the probability that they're going to come up with a solution for that inside a family is extremely low. You're basically negotiating a whole new social contract. And so
I don't think that's true.
Part of the advantage to marriage is like a serious reduction in complexity. You know, you have someone that you can rely on for the long run. You can make practical and contractual relationships with them. You can chart your course. You don't have to manage the cascading consequences of multiple relationships. And what, all of a sudden they're not going to have sexual jealousy. That's just going to disappear.
Dude, no one said that. Okay, so he's just basing his whole thing on a straw man. Just like the whole issue with trans people from his perspective was based on the straw man that people were going to like force him to use certain pronouns. And that people were going to be thrown in prison for, you know, violating Bill C-16, even though he was told that that was not the case. And I don't think he's ever apologized for it. He's just tripled down. Yeah, I mean, it's the same basic thing here, where he's like just got this straw man that he thinks polyamorous people think they get rid of jealousy. That's day one polyamory is that you don't get rid of jealousy. Day one polyamory is that understanding.
And everyone's going to love each other equally. That's going to happen.
No. You have your primary partner sometimes, your secondary sometimes.
Never happens. That's never happened.
Maybe secondary is not what it's called.
Anywhere, ever, even once, to anyone. It's preposterous.
You made it up, bro. How does he not see he just made that shit up? No one said anything about getting rid of jealousy. Did the question say something about that? If they did, my bad, you know, but he should know better than to even think that that's what polyamory is based on.
Now, what would I do if that situation arose with my own kids?
Yeah, answer the question.
I don't know if I'd be the one in our family that would put down the boundary.
He'd be like, I would just ignore it.
That might be your mom. You know, because she's probably more capable than me of...
So his answer is he would get her mom to do it? To put the boundary down?
I'm not going to stand by you while you walk off the edge of a cliff.
Treating your kids' polyamory like a heroin addiction. We're having an intervention. You have to stop being polyamorous.
Now, I would like to think that I would fight it out because I don't want to have anything between us. And if you were doing something...
Okay, but you would give up the fight eventually, right, Jordan? Or you would have to win?
Seriously ill-advised? I'd like to hope that the warning signs of that would have been there early and that we would have worked on it before it became an unmanageable mess.
Oh my god, what is she gonna say?
I think.
Oh, she doesn't react at all. Wow, she's got really good poker face.
Woman who asked this question, I think probably the problem is that the issue is too vague. You
No,
see, now
it's
now
not.
these people in this situation, they have to think through everything. Okay, how many times a year are we going to meet?
Dude, this is the exact same. You're proving yourself wrong. This is all the same stuff you think about with any relationship, to whatever extent you think about these specific things consciously.
Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times?
A lot, dude. It's people who like live nearby often, right?
How long are we going to meet? Who's going to come?
Does he think it's like an internet thing?
What are the rules for engagement? How should we treat everyone? Like, I'd probably counsel them to try one dinner together.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, literally, what?
And have a pretty decent discussion about one dinner beforehand.
But sometimes,
who's coming? How long is it going to last? How are we going to treat each other? What would I recommend? Let's be polite like we would be to strangers that we were trying not to offend.
Dude, he's totally lost the thread. What the fuck? Does he think the person who called in, is looking for advice in their polyamorous relationship? Like, what? And then he's just saying to schedule a dinner. Like, sometimes it's not like a polycule. Sometimes it's like, you don't really know your partner's partner. Other times you do, so. I don't know. That's such a specific suggestion to, like, what? The question was about how do you interact with your family member who is polyamorous.
Right? Because nobody knows what the hell's going on. Everything at the table is anomalous and strange.
That's a huge exaggeration.
Maybe you meet at a restaurant, because that's kind of neutral territory. Yeah. And maybe you meet...
Dude, for what? What did I miss
for
here?
an hour, or maybe half an hour, or 45 minutes, something like that. And you hope that it doesn't go horribly. And then if that worked, well, if that didn't work, then scale down. If it did work, well, then maybe you could try something a little bit more.
It has become clear that he does not actually know what polyamory is, because he doesn't seem to realize that you could just not... It doesn't have to be like 3 people always having the relationship together. It could be 2 people, person A and person B, and then person B is also dating person C. Person A can be dating person C also, or they could be dating person D, person E, So it doesn't, I don't know, this suggestion is very bizarre. This whole mystification, we have no idea what we're dealing with here. Dude, what are you talking about, man? People have been polyamorous for a while now.
The problem is that something terribly anomalous has occurred and no one knows what to do about it.
Without knowing family dynamics, like, is the person who's in a polyamorous relationship, why are they doing it? Is it because of the person they're with that's encouraging them? Is it something they want? Or is it to see how their parents will react? Like, it could be one of those factors.
Yeah, it's probably not the second one, but I mean, yeah.
Maybe they want boundaries, or maybe they want, hey, you know what? We don't agree with this at all, but we love you anyway and have faith in you figuring it out. Maybe that's the direction they need to go too.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if I was in the situation where I was like, you know what? Polyamory is what I believe in. It's what I want. I can handle it. It's better for me, which is a delusional way of thinking. But if I had convinced myself that was the right thing,
I wouldn't say it's
and it was in response to my parents, what I would probably want is my parents to say, we don't think this is good for you. It's not about us. We don't think this is good for you and your family. And we're here when you figure it out. We're not.
It's just, they're just bullshitting. Like, hold on. Polyamory outcomes. Let's see. Monoamory and sexual fluidity. Let's see. This is a 2015 longitudinal study. Found that polyamorous individuals were more likely than monoamorous participants to identify their sexuality in nonpolar and non-traditional ways. I thought they were going to say like whether they worked out and stuff. Okay, here we go. Co-primary and non-primary configurations are common among polyamorous participants, with approximately 38% identify. This is a different one, 2019. With partners in co-primary, different. That's not, need fulfillment in polyamorous relationships. That's kind of cool. We're just reading the abstracts. Polyamorous relationships are relatively independent of one another. Oh, that's interesting. We were just talking about that. Polyamory may be a viable and fulfilling alternative way of conducting intimate relationships, this 2013 study said. But anyways, let's go back to it. They just don't mention anything. You know what I mean? I'm just randomly looking at Google Scholar, but they don't mention anything.
And we don't like it, but we're here.
Okay, I've one more thing to say about this. People like false adventures.
Yeah.
And false adventures are excitement without responsibility. And what you want to do within the confines of your marriage is...
It's interesting to watch this after the Jungian guy. It really shows like how Peterson's kind of aping that Jungian sort of stuff that I don't even like, even when it's the authentic thing.
Find adventure in the marriage responsibly. I mean, there isn't anything better than a sexual relationship with someone you actually love. There's nothing better than that, period.
Word.
The end. And so if you're not getting that excitement and adventure within your relationship, that's what you should be working on. And that's going to be hard. Like, in order for that to happen, there has to be nothing between you. You won't trust each other. You won't let each other go. You won't let yourself go if there's anything between you and your wife, let's say. And you're going to reduplicate every single bloody problem that you had with your wife, with this new person, in all likelihood. People are indefinitely complex. And if you have put your wife in a pumpkin shell and she's not very exciting, then... So you have to find someone new.
I mean, I think there's a legitimate point to be made that like people should not look to like becoming polyamorous as like a way to solve their relationship problems or something. But again, that's sort of a straw man. It looks like he's crying.
Maybe you could try being a little more sophisticated and using a bit more encouragement, a little more daring, a little more dreaming.
What?
Some lingerie. What the
fuck?
Clue in.
What?
Seriously. All this nonsense. The New Yorker does this all the time.
What? Did he just say that people wearing lingerie is a solution to polyamory?
Maybe you could try being a little more sophisticated and using a bit more encouragement, a little more daring, a little more dreaming.
Saying this to his daughter.
Some lingerie.
What?
Clue in. Seriously. All this nonsense. The New Yorker does this all the time. The magazine. Polyamory is
I've
the
heard
new
of it.
in thing. It's like...
I mean, I just showed studies,
There's no punishment severe enough for people that stupid, except the consequences of their own idiocy.
Why would that be too severe?
And this is what these parents are afraid of. They're afraid of it, and their children involved. This is not going to work out well. It's never worked out well.
Dude, chill, bro. Like, look at the research. How to tell if you're on the right path. Nope, not about relationships. Here we go. Relationships. There's more. Let's check it out.
If you hear a baby screaming, she's hungry. But how does one distinguish between a relationship that requires personal growth and sacrifice to thrive and one that is fundamentally misaligned with one's deeper values?
Great question. That's exactly what we were talking about previously, a few videos ago, or maybe the last video. The line between self-sacrifice in a healthy way versus like self-sacrifice in an unhealthy way. Being selfless in an altruistic way versus self-sacrificing in whatever ways, your needs, your identity, your characteristics, and so on.
Yeah,
Well, if that person is going through that and also just had a baby, I would say wait a little bit, because you're
Yeah, great advice.
in baby mode right now and it's pure chaos for at least a year.
That's great advice. You should wait at least, unless it's terrible, obviously. You should wait 6 to 12 months after you have a kid. For sure. To make a change like that. I've heard people say who have kids.
Yeah, fair.
If that's the case.
It's very hard to deal with a partner that lies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did they say that?
How does one distinguish between a relationship that requires personal growth and sacrifice to thrive and one that is fundamentally misaligned with one's deeper values and should be let go?
There's nothing even remotely about lying in that question.
For at least a year.
It's very hard to deal with a partner that lies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How is that relevant?
That's now, if they're lying and that's improving.
We're just talking about like growth in general. It's not about lying.
I don't know.
Well,
He's like, he had his like thing that he wanted to talk about.
look, people don't start out 100% trustworthy, you know.
I don't know.
The more lies there are, the harder it is by a lot. But
Yeah. Lying is a huge red flag. Even neglecting to tell certain things, lies of omission can be huge red flags. But lying in any overt way is like almost a deal breaker. It's like, what? Wait, what? You lied? That would be insane. Unless it was like, I was kind of pressuring you to tell me about that thing, and that was your private business, so I understand. And you told me in like a reasonable amount of time, or I don't know.
if you're can the person negotiate? Do they negotiate in good faith? And do they implement the consequences of the negotiation?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I agree. That's good advice for when you're trying to communicate about whether someone is committed to growing in a particular way.
You can take a relationship that's got quite a number of kinks in it and straighten it out across time if people will commit to the process and tell you the truth. If it's a downhill slope continually, no improvement whatsoever, then
that's not good. Yeah.
Then you're playing a game that you probably can't win.
Okay, taking up a lot of time.
I think that's a pretty good answer.
No, it's kind of not, because the whole thing... Okay, no, it is fine, I guess. It just uses lying as an example.
The lying part is key, too.
No, it's just random, actually.
There's nothing more important than that, right? Otherwise, you can't sort out a problem. You'd be like, can we fix it?
Sure, I agree. I'm being too critical. Yes. Lying is a key concept in the sense that it's the opposite of being truthful and having self-awareness to communicate truthfully. But it's not like a key concept, I don't think. It's just like related to the idea of truth, which is key.
Well, I have an aim. Hopefully the aim is to make things better. And no, it's more differentiated than that, but that's the overall aim. Do I want to make things worse? No, I'd rather make them better.
Okay, that's good to know.
For how many people? Well, for the people that I'm primarily responsible for, first and foremost, but then everyone else that can be managed.
Sure.
And then I try to say what aids that.
Okay.
I'm not manipulating towards some determined end.
Okay. Yeah, no, man. I mean, no one said you were, dude. We just were responding to the caller.
Slob and not care about it.
Yeah.
But really be really charming.
Yeah.
That can be hidden. Or neurotic, like high neuroticism.
Hell yeah.
So they're
Shout out.
volatile, but also very charming.
Yeah.
So just figuring out your personality and your partner's personality and being like, okay, are there things here that we have to discuss to see if we can work through.
Yeah.
And one of those has got to be conscientiousness.
Oh, well, all of the traits, I would say, is the wider you are apart on a given trait, the harder it is to bridge the gap.
Okay, that seems like kind of an A equals A statement, but okay.
Conscientiousness, that's a rough one. If there's a huge split in conscientiousness, I suppose it's all to the advantage of the unconscientious person.
Yeah, you'll just end up, if you're the conscientious one, you'll just end up cleaning for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And time management.
Well, not if you consider there to be an excessive amount of conscientiousness that exists. There could be hypothetically an improvement if they decrease that excessive amount, but I'm just saying.
You know, your mom would be in the upper echelons of extroversion among 100 people, right? She'd be more extroverted than, say, 75 of those people, or 80 even. But I'm like more extroverted than 10,000 people.
Yeah.
So I've always been that way, right?
I was confused, but I thought he was doing percentages.
1,000 people, of those people, or 80 even, 100 people, right? She'd be more upper echelons of extroversion.
Never mind.
Among 100 people, right? She'd be more extroverted than, say, 75 of those people. Or
So he just changed the sort of ratio. Okay, it was out of 100, and then he says, so he's very extroverted? Okay, huh.
Or 80 even. But I'm like more extroverted than 10,000 people.
Really? He's super extroverted just because he does public speaking? Is he really extroverted in his personal life? Wow.
Yeah.
So I've always been that way, right? I talk ever since I was...
That doesn't mean you're extroverted inherently. Maybe it does. I also think of it as like how you are in other types of personal situations.
I never stopped. So, yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Got any concluding thoughts?
Not really.
I
could wrap up a little bit.
Yeah, you go for it. That was fun.
We started by talking about conservatism in this non-political sense. If your life is a mess...
Did you?
You should think hard about doing what other people have always done. And what does that mean? Well, we kind of outlined that with the...
That's so interesting. Just this type of fundamentalism, looking for truth in these essentials, where like, oh, I'll just do what's always been done and it'll bring me happiness. Hey, more power to you.
Future authoring program. Get married. Have some friends that you value.
Well,
and think about what that
I
means.
just don't think you should feel the need to make big legal and social commitments like, getting married to feel a sense of fulfillment. That's a good thing to do if you want to do it, but, I would say do the normal things like have friends, socialize. You're a social animal, get outside, breathe oxygen, eat good food, drink a lot of water, do normal things in that sense.
Sort your family out. Get your career together. Educate yourself. Figure out how to resist temptation. Serve your community. Right? Do all those things. See what your life's like. If it's not still what you want, well, maybe you're some open lunatic and you have to do something, really different. But even then, binding that within the confines of all those other things, that's a good idea. Take a small step in the direction that you want things to go and build from that. And that's always a good exploratory technique.
To take a step in the direction you want to go? Yeah.
Something minimal in the right direction, right?
Okay, well, that was fun. Thanks for including me.
Well, thank you for setting it up and for agreeing to do it and for finding the questions and
thanks
for paying attention.
Thanks for everybody who submitted questions.
Much
hopefully
appreciated.
People enjoyed it or found it helpful.
Yeah.
I found it very interesting, but I don't know if helpful is the right word. I would just research stuff. Just shoot over to Google Scholar and when you have a subject, because your dad, is not necessarily the most licensed, the most informed, so, and I feel like his suit game was kind of not even on point for that one, so I don't know what's going on there. All right, well, I guess that's probably good for now. Right.
You